be about 15 days and we should.
All right. Hi, good evening, everybody. Welcome to the City of Bothell regular meeting and study session for the City Council. This is Tuesday, May 20th. Join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Great, thank you. Looks like the full council is here this evening, all present and accounted for. Has everybody had a chance to look over tonight's meeting agenda? Any comments or questions, changes, additions? Councilmember Sandberg.
I would like to pull the May 6 minutes and also Agenda Bill 1475. And then did you want at this time for me to talk about the projected agenda and adding time to this agenda, or?
Just for this agenda right now. We'll jump into the projected in just a second.
And then I'd like to add an hour for Agenda Bill 1476, which is City Hall, and another hour for Agenda Bill 1477, which is the bond levy.
So Councilmember Agnew's bet is off and lost. Let's well time frame if we're adding 2 hours.
How much money you lose?
Already.
Darn.
So that was 1477, 1 hour added on to that. Okay. Is everybody in agreement to add an hour to the study session for 1476? No? 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 Councilmember Evans?
Well, certainly the City Hall project is one that we've spent a lot of time on and built a lot of information and things, and hopefully the majority of our questions have been answered. There may be some new ones, but I guess I have a hard time envisioning an hour and 45 minutes, but is there a particular reason why you needed that much more time?
Well, I would offer then as an amendment is that we received 200 pages of documents tonight, and we're going to be receiving more, I would imagine, for the additional agreements. The way the city manager explained to me is that they're providing us information slowly so we have time to digest it. So my concern is that we have a study session tonight and then we bring it forward to action on June 3rd. And so I'm fine with having a shorter time tonight, knowing that we would bring this back again as a study session item again when we are given the full documents.
Well, it is a study session item tonight, and the action was planned for next week, right? You're right. So
I would be happy to keep it at 45 minutes tonight if we can agree to have another study session when we receive the remainder of the documents, which includes the guaranteed maximum price with all of the lease agreements with actual facts and figures attached to them. I feel like 45 minutes tonight followed by an action item on June 3rd isn't enough time.
well, yeah, just one last comment. I think we have all the agreements. There's some blanks that need to be filled in, but we have all the agreements. Is that correct?
That is correct.
We don't have a guaranteed maximum price.
That amount we don't have, but we have what goes into that and things. But that's the only one that I see. Everything else I thought we had, and it was just a matter of filling in the blanks. But
Okay.
see where we go tonight.
Yeah, thanks. Councilmember Lamb, you want to comment on that?
Yeah, so I don't support making that item 2 hours. I mean, I think that I think that we can see how the discussion goes and go into it. And if a single council member has an hour of questions, we can talk about it when we get there. But, this is an item that we've been considering for 5 years. We didn't get 200 pages tonight. We're discussing 200 pages that we received last week. So I'm happy to have the conversation. I don't know that we need to set that time immediately, and I'm certainly not willing to agree at this time to make that a 2-hour item.
Councilmember Spivey or Deputy Mayor Spivey, are you interested in adding an hour?
I could add some time, but not an hour.
Okay. How about you, Councilmember Agnew?
I could add some time, but not an hour.
Okay. Councilmember William?
I hate the whole clock watching thing in general, so as much time as Councilmember Sandberg needs, I'd like her to have. I wish we didn't have a time clock on our agenda, so that's what I think.
Yeah.
I only asked for an hour because I take that 60 minutes and I divide it by 7, knowing that that's the amount of time that I will get. So If you don't feel like you need that time, then I don't need that time either. But it's not an hour for me to absorb and take up. It's 60 minutes divided by 7.
Okay.
Because that has been the policy, the procedure that has been taken so far.
Right. So is everybody open to maybe 30 minutes? Yeah. All right, so 30 minutes. And then on second item, which is AB 1477, to consider approval of an ordinance authorizing November 4th, 2014 election for parks and public spaces. Councilmember Sandberg asked for 1 hour. Is that the same consideration? Is everybody open to that or disagreeable to that time frame?
I'm open to having the conversation be an hour. I'm not open to having an hour and a half.
Okay, so that's 1. C. I'm fine with that, so that would be 4. So Councilmember Sandberg, how about an hour for total business on 1477?
Well, if you feel that asking the public to approve $42 million with an hour that includes questions and opportunity for visitor comment and comments from us, then I'm okay with an hour.
That was a wonderful way to put it. We're actually trying to be in a council that's trying to work collaboratively up here by giving twice the time that was already allocated. So please keep that in mind, because there is a fellow council that would like to serve and have that conversation. So is there anybody else who'd like to make comment on the consent, or not on the consent agenda, but on the schedule as it is tonight?
Okay.
No? All right, moving on to the projected agenda. Councilmember Sandberg, you said you had a comment projectedly?
Well, I didn't have a chance to look that far out on the projected agenda, but I was wondering when we were going to be hearing the code amendment regarding food trucks. Is it next week?
Does anybody know, Mr. Weislogal?
Oh, sorry.
June 3rd.
I see it on the agenda now. Next meeting. Great. Okay.
Is that it? Great, and it's 30 minutes good?
Well, I won't know until I see it.
Okay, it's 30 minutes for the food truck item. Councilmember Rayam, any comments on the projected agenda?
No, I had something on tonight's agenda.
Oh, we already passed that. But we'll come back to you. Anybody else on projected agenda? No, I'm all right jumping back. What did you have on tonight?
Well, it's Councilmember Sandberg pulled 1475.
That's right.
And I was just hoping that we could potentially bring that topic to be right before, instead of just doing it right after consent, do it right before, which one is it for the levy? That's 1477.
Okay. I mean, we'll be making some people wait for that, but maybe they're open to it. Is everybody open to moving that? Yeah, okay. So moving item 1475 to just before 1477. Anybody else on consent or projected? No? Okay, well, there is a special presentation this evening. It does say none. When I was elected mayor, thank you, council, for that opportunity in January. It was following up Mayor Lamb, who I think has, in my history of Bothell, of 40 years of living here, watching him lead us as mayor through quite an amazing time was honorable. Where we are as a city, where we're going, the plan that was put in place with the DSRG and the visionary board and the community that you drew together behind an amazing vision. We put a lot of planning in place, a lot of code into place, a lot of vision. And now I get to have the honor over the next couple of years in this council and whoever leads after us to see that vision come to fruition. So you were an amazing mayor, and one I appreciate. It's fun to call you friend, brother.
Thanks.
And we have one little gift here in the bag I'd like to give you so you have a remembrance of your time.
Oh, wow.
I'll take it out of the plastic bag. This is actually the gavel that you used. We considered whether to get a new gavel or an old gavel, and we thought this one, which is actually your second gavel because one of them broke. But there's a whole
That's a
story
good story.
about that one.
That's a good
So I'd like to
story.
present this to
Hey,
you.
thank you so much. Wow.
Yeah.
Thanks a lot. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thanks to all my fellow council members and to the people of the city of Bothell for the opportunity to serve as your mayor. This is a really humbling and surprising gesture, and I really appreciate it. It means a lot to me. Thank you.
Sorry that it took several months for me to get to that. All right. So we do have visitor section, and I'd like to remind speakers that we keep our comments to 3 minutes. I do have one sign-up sheet so far. If there's others, we can gather those in just a second. So far, I have Sandy Gwynn signed up. Ms. Gwynn, if you would like to come forward.
Good evening, and thank you for pulling the May 6th minutes. In reviewing the May 6th draft minutes and the video regarding my comments during the public comment period, I feel that the summary in the minutes is not accurate. I have been coming before City Council asking for a fair process for Bothell citizens if and when Council places the RFA on the ballot. I am offering a friendly amendment, which I've just provided to the City Clerk, and there are enough copies for all council members. I'm requesting that it be amended to read, Sandy Gwynn spoke regarding the Regional Fire Authority and encouraged City Council to have a fair process for Bothell residents. She submitted a petition requesting there should first be a vote by Bothell residents, registered voters, to determine if the RFA should go forward. If the majority of Bothell residents vote yes, then place the RFA on the ballot for all the residents in the RFA area. She also submitted a letter from Williams & Williams in reference to the RFA and violations of the Open Public Meetings Act. And I respectfully request that you do amend this. And this is a starting point, so feel free to correct it, but please do reflect accurately what I have been saying. Thank you.
Thank you, Cindy. Is there anybody else from the audience that'd like to address council? If you come forward, Kelly Snyder.
Good evening, Mayor and members of the City Council. My name is Kelly Snyder, and I'm here tonight on behalf of the Greater Chamber of Commerce, Bothell Greater Chamber of Commerce Board of Directors. Thank you for the opportunity to give you an update of the activities that are coming in our community very soon. Here are 4. I just want to highlight the general meeting this Thursday from 7:30 to 9 a.m. at the North Shore Senior Center. The grand opening ribbon cutting at the Immediate Clinic, that's Thursday, June 5th at 5 p.m. The third event is the Bothell Vintage Wine and Beer Walk. We're adding beer this time, which is fantastic. It'll be downtown on June 7th between 5 and 8 p.m. Tickets are on sale now, and you can get those on the Chamber's website. The fourth and an outstanding milestone is the 10th anniversary for the Greater Bothell Chamber of Commerce. There's going to be an open house. It's going to be on the UW-Bothell Cascadia Community College campus in Mobius Hall from 5 to 7 p.m. on Wednesday, June 18th. There's going to be lots of delicious food and wine and other great delicious things going on there. And as you know, the Chamber is here to promote the prosperity for our community and local businesses. We appreciate being a partner with you and our community. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Snyder. Very nice to see you. Councilmember Lamb and I had the opportunity to join you on Saturday night at the opening of the Science Building and University of Washington Bothell. What a phenomenal facility. If everybody has a chance to get by there, they should. And be opening in September, apparently. Very impressive, top notch. Is there anybody else you'd like to address the council this evening? All right, seeing none, we'll move on to the consent agenda. Is there a motion for moving the balance, which would be AB 1473 and AB 1474?
So moved.
So I have a motion by Councilmember Lamb and a second by Councilmember Agnew. All in favor, if you could place your vote. Clerk can display. Looks like it passes unanimously unanimously. Let's see, approval of May 14th or May 6th meeting minutes were pulled by Councilmember Sandberg.
And I pulled them to make an amendment regarding Sandy Gwynn's comment. So if the clerk can pass out what she provided, I'd be willing to support that change.
Can I speak to that? So this is an issue that's kind of recurred for us, and this is not specific to Ms. Gwynn's comments, but prior to, I think it was this year, we typically didn't characterize what people said when they spoke. We simply listed the name of the person who was speaking. And frankly, I prefer that as a method. I think it's more consistent with our protocol manual, and I prefer that as a method of recording it, precisely because of situations like this where the speaker almost invariably will feel that how the summary of what they said isn't going to precisely reflect what they said or how they wanted to say it. And my feeling is, just as one council member, that our protocol manual and our past practice has been that the minutes should record what is done at a meeting, not what is said at a meeting. I don't disagree with Ms. Gwynn's modifications to what she said. I do believe, though, as a council, I would hope we can come together and direct staff to say that it's our hope and our desire to return to the past practice we've had on this council of recording action rather than recording words, because I think we're going to get into, this situation is going to keep coming up, and the amount of time and energy that we have in the past expended, and this is not in any way a reflection on our current clerk or the manner in which she records it. It's simply a matter of the policy of the council. I think it invites people to take issue with the way their words are construed. And I think we've spent a lot of energy and a lot of time, and now we're encouraging others to spend a lot of energy and time on the minutes that would be better spent on more substantive policy matters. So I would ask as a council, whether it be tonight or at a different time, that we make our position on that clear.
You actually said you wanted to make an amendment, but there was no motion or a second.
I would move the minutes with the modification that Ms. Gwynn provided, and I would add to that motion a direction to the clerk to discontinue the practice of recording comments, but simply record who speaks, whether it be a council member or a member of the public.
So we have a motion and a second. Is there any comment on the motion that's before us? Councilmember Sandberg?
Well, I support the first part of the motion, but I think that we need to have a council-wide discussion about the practice moving forward. And so I won't support that motion, but I can make an amending motion, which is to approve the minutes as approved with the amendment provided by Sandy Gwynn.
So you're actual requesting to remove the second portion of Councilmember Lamb's motion?
That's correct.
Would you like to speak to that?
I agree that the second part of the motion, it should be a topic for future discussion. I think we all have opinions on that we can share with each other and come to an agreement at a later date. But just having it rolled into this one single motion does not provide for any of that discussion.
Okay. Councilmember Agnew or Rayam, do you have any comments?
I think it's useful when people come in that next to their name it says something about what they said, because whether they're the first one that spoke or not, and I'm trying to piece it together who they actually are and what they came to speak about would be unfortunate. It's hard to know what they were speaking about if there's nothing. It just says their name. So That's why I supported the amendment.
Councilmember Rayam or Agnew? I'm so sorry. No, you're not. You're just shaking your head. Councilmember Evans.
Depending on how this amendment goes, if it fails, I have another amendment I would propose after this one.
Okay. Councilmember Lamb.
So I don't support the amendment. To me, we've had a great deal of discussion. Our protocol manual has been formed over many, many years to reflect the practices of the council. We never had a discussion to change how our minutes were written. Our minutes have been written the same way for 9 years. We as a council never made a decision to change that. It was changed as a matter of a personnel change in our city. That wasn't at council direction, and that wasn't the practice of our council. What my motion is doing is simply restoring how council minutes have been recorded. I think it's in an era and in a time when we televise our meetings and when our all of people's comments are linked on the World Wide Web, and anybody can see precisely what somebody said, I think it's a little antiquated and old-fashioned to believe that unless their precise words are put down in minutes, that somehow they're being robbed of an opportunity, or that somehow council members will become confused and not be able to remember precisely what somebody said. I think any one of us can link on the web, can look at exactly what somebody said. If we have trouble remembering it, we can go back and even do that through the power of technology from the dais. I think it's important that we restore the practice that we've had so we can avoid conversations as lengthy and uninteresting as the one that we're having right now.
Deputy Mayor, any comments?
Oh, excuse me. Yeah, I won't be supporting the amendment. I agree with Councilmember Lamb. We're just restoring what we've done in the past, and that, as I recall correctly, that there was the person's name and the subject as to what they spoke, but nothing further, and that's ample to either refresh your memory or to go back and view, knowing what the subject is. And I think we're having a pretty good discussion about that right now. So.
Okay, so the motion, which is an amendment made by Councilmember Sandberg, seconded by Councilmember Rayum, was to change the underlying motion to remove the reverting back to how our minutes used to be written, which would be basically a recording of the name and a brief description of what was spoken upon by that person.
Amending motion?
You're wanting to remove the second portion of that.
Right, so the amending motion is just to accept these comments as.
Well, we have to remove the second portion of it. That's your amendment. So if everybody could place their vote, a yes vote would be to remove the second portion of Councilmember Lamb's motion. And then his motion was to pass the language as submitted by, I was going to say Councilmember, but former Councilmember Sandy Gwynn, and then revert back to how our minutes used to be written. So Councilmember Sandberg requested to not remove or revert back to how the council's minutes were written and do a more descriptive representation of what people spoke upon. So a no vote is to turn down her motion. A yes vote is to go for it. So if everybody placed their vote, and if clerk can display, fails 5-2. So back to the underlying motion, which was made by Councilmember Lamb, seconded by Councilmember Agnew. Councilmember Evans.
I'd like to provide an amendment that states, similar to what I've heard already on the dais, that the person gives their name, or the minutes reflect the name and the topic that they're addressing, the topic, and then leave it at that.
Councilor Evans, would you yield for a moment?
Sure.
So that was the intention of my motion, and that's how I believe our subject was recorded in the past. So if I misstated that, I apologize. But what you are stating right now was what I intended to have.
Okay, I heard you
motion.
say just the name of the person. I didn't hear the topic, but so
My intention was to have it be the name of the topic, the name of our past practice of recording minutes, which is simply the name and what the person spoke on.
Well, Councilmember Lamb, you didn't include the topic in there, so I'm going to make sure it gets in there.
Correct.
The name and the topic is what I think is important, and if that passes, then I would recommend that we go back and amend the minutes accordingly and have a vote on that.
Any further comments? Councilmember Sandberg. Well, you spoke on this already.
No, I did not speak on the main motion. I spoke to the amending motion.
Well, I know when you speak on the main motion and make an amendment, that's speaking to it.
And I
open
believe
to-
others have spoken twice.
I don't agree with that, but we'll let you speak again if you'd like to take time.
I think it's important that when you list the topic, and this is what Ms. Quinn's concern about this, is that the minutes say she spoke in opposition to the Regional Fire Authority. Okay, she did not speak in opposition to the Regional Fire Authority. She spoke in opposition to the Regional Fire Authority process to date. Okay, that's a very loaded term, loaded phrase. It incorrectly captured what she stated, and she has every right to amend that. And if you want to go forward and say, just list the name and the topic, I don't support that. But at least if it is just the name and the topic, there isn't any loaded reference to that, whether it's support or opposition. The reason why I support trying to capture briefly what a person says is this is their opportunity to come to council and to have their opinions heard. And to truncate it with name and topic doesn't capture that. And not everybody goes and looks at the video links or searches the web or does all the other methods. Some people do look at the minutes, and so there's no reason to truncate old technology to say, well, you can get it any other way. I think it's important to accurately reflect what our citizens say to us, and it doesn't have to be lengthy. It can be brief. And that's why I'm not going to support the amending motion. The main motion, the underlying motion.
Okay, and just for clarity for everybody who's already spoken or not spoken or spoken twice, this underlying motion is including the language that former Councilmember Sandy Gwynn has come forward with. So this paragraph that we see here is what will be reflected in the minutes going forward. Anybody else? Deputy Mayor Spivey.
Yeah, I think that if the intent is that the topic would be, in this case, Sandy Gwynn spoke on the RFA. Done. And if it came back that it was spoke in opposition to the RFA, then I would agree that, yes, we need to change that and remove in opposition and just put RFA. Again, this is not creating new policy for us. It's just reestablishing what was in place that, again, we got a new staff member that has done things one way and we've been doing things another, and we're realizing that we're fixing it so that it goes back to the way that we did it. The problem with including more languages, now it becomes a matter of interpretation. And not only is it interpretation by the clerk and the individual that spoke, but also the 7 members of the council to start dealing with that. And to keep it simple and just state the topic, that the person and their name and the topic, it gives us the ability to go back and review it. But again, it takes away interpretation, which you can get from the tape, but it also keeps it clean and reestablishes what was our practice in the past.
Great. Looks like everybody's had an opportunity to speak on this, besides myself. I will be voting for the underlying motion. I consider Sandy Gwynn a friend. I had the opportunity to serve with her for many years. I will include this language here, even though the policy that I support would be something more brief. And it's in no offense to you, but it's just consistent with what I've done for 8 to 9 years on council and what I like to have going forward. So for this evening, if everybody wants to vote on the motion, which would be to include the language as submitted to council this evening, and then revert back on future minutes to reflect names and topics of what visitors spoke upon. Everybody place their vote. And clerk can display. Looks like it passes 4-3. Even when Councilmember Evans actually made the second, and his language was corrected and reflected, you are a no.
I think actually it was Councilmember Spivey who seconded it.
Oh, I thought Councilmember Evans seconded it. Oh,
You can
Explain what my intent of my motion was. The intent of my motion was to state that Sandy Gwynn spoke regarding the Regional Fire Authority and leave it at that.
okay.
I think by going forward and putting the rest of this language in, we're headed in the wrong direction. That's
Right.
not what we've been doing for the 6 or 5.5 years that I've been on the council. And I again, for the statements that Councilmember Lamb stated, it's just we can't put down every word. The intent of the minutes is to be a summary of what was said, the intent of what was said, not the detail.
Okay.
I was really just in favor of just regarding the Regional Fire Authority and leave it at that.
Perfect.
So that's why I voted.
Good,
against.
and you're right, you weren't the second, so let the record reflect it was Councilmember Lamb, seconded by Councilmember Agnew. And going forward, it will be, just as you said, Councilmember Evans. So moving on to the next item on the agenda, we have AB 1476, which is a study session regarding the status update regarding City Hall. So our City Manager, Bob Stowe. Nice to see you, Bob.
Thank you, Mayor, and good evening, Council. It appears you're all warmed up for this topic. So tonight's study session is for the purpose of previewing the transaction documents that are needed in order to move the City Hall project forward under the 6320 lease structure. The agenda bill contains some brief information about the structure of a 6320, and then yesterday I provided all of you with a 2.5-page document that reveals a little more information about the transaction documents that are in your packet in a summary fashion, as well as the role that they play in delivering the preferred method of building a facility at the lowest cost and best value for our citizens. Tonight we have representatives here from the National Development Council. That's the nonprofit facilitating entity that the city will enter into the lease with. We have representatives from City Investors, LLC, which is also known as Vulcan Real Estate, who will develop and who will be contracting with the National Development Council to build the facility. We also have Hugh Spitzer, a Foster Pepper, who serves at the city's bond council with us this evening. And additionally, we have Bill Engel, who was a part of the solicitation process, several years ago when we decided to go forward with a City Hall project under a 6320 process. And then finally, Susan Musselman, who is one of the city's financial advisors, is here this evening to address any questions. Speaking of the budget, I mentioned the AB that I would review with council the cost of the project with a more complete examination to occur during the June 3rd meeting. As you recall, the cost of the project at the guaranteed maximum price stage before it was suspended in November of 2011 was $48.6 million, to be precise, $48,654,374. That projected cost rose even with scope reductions over the preceding years, and that climbed to a number of $49,821,929 when we discussed the project in March of 2014. The price for the project that has been identified now for this guaranteed maximum price, the guaranteed maximum price that will be included in the documents when you vote on this matter on June 3rd, is lower than both those previous budget amounts. The cost is $47,764,365. The most significant change to the scope in this GMP is that it reduces the total square footage of the building by about 5,000 to 6,000 square feet, which includes eliminating a portion of the fourth floor and then fully building out the entirety, the remaining portion of the fourth floor. So now we'll have a building, although somewhat smaller, fully finished, rather than simply having an unfinished fourth floor. It also certainly right-sizes the building for today and the next several years, while also allowing the ability to expand and add that section or that portion of the fourth floor back on if needed in the life cycle of that building, likely to be 75 years or more. The additional space gained from fully finishing out the fourth floor will allow us to utilize that space for needed storage, central storage capability for the offices. Also, under the reduced size building, the city will not be pursuing any lease revenue associated with tenant space for that fourth floor. We'll be occupying all the building with internal functions, which also means we'll likely avoid having to issue any taxable bonds associated with the fourth floor because of the potential revenue earned from those leases, which of course simply reduces our overall project cost, the difference between taxable bonds and non-taxable bonds. So I mentioned all of this just as a preview with more to come on June 3rd, and would ask that you keep the focus of tonight's discussion on those transaction documents, ask the questions of the experts that we have with us this evening. And if there's time this evening, we can certainly come back and dive a little deeper into the GMP, into the scope. Hesitant to have much discussion around that because you don't have the advanced materials that we have today, that we received today. We want to make sure we prepare those as part of your packet so you can provide them with the proper attention and care that you have with this document here this evening. But I did want to respond to your likely interest that I know you all have in regards to the total project cost. So at this time, what I'd like to do is to invite Hugh Spitzer, Foster Pepper, again serving as the city's bond counsel, to ask him to come up and give you a summary of all the transaction documents that you have in your packet. And following Hugh's presentation, turn it back over to the council for questions that you might have on any of the members of the team here tonight.
Thank you, City Manager. Appreciate it. Hugh, welcome.
You can, if you're either's fine.
Thank you. Members of the council, to be here. Am I live? There you go. Should be working. Thank you. Yeah, it's be easier for me to sit down because then I can shuffle my documents around to answer your questions. I'm Hugh Spitzer. I'm with Foster Pepper, and we serve as bond counsel. That's bond lawyers for the city. The city also has a financial advisor, Susan Musselman, who's here, and she is more on the number side, and I work on the document side. And I believe that you have a summary that I prepared of the documents, but obviously the core action that you're taking is considering an ordinance, which is before you, and it's a fairly short ordinance, has some definitions, and then it authorizes the documents that I'm going to describe in a minute, which are the documents, most of the documents that the city will execute. There are sort of ancillary minor documents, but these are really the core documents: a ground lease and a project lease, which I'll describe, and then and then it also approves a bond purchase contract, which is really between others of the players in the transaction. The city will approve a development agreement. Again, that's between other players, but the city approves it because it includes the GMP. And then there's also a continuing disclosure agreement. And I'll explain how these fit together, and it's summarized, I think, in the sheet that you have. But as I think you've discussed before, with the 6320, it's a type of public-private arrangement where a private entity, in this case a private nonprofit that's designated by the city, issues bonds on the city's behalf. They're tax-exempt bonds, and then the nonprofit contracts with the developer, this being Vulcan, and so then Vulcan develops the project, but it is the nonprofit and Vulcan that are taking the risk during the construction period, and they've got to deliver the building within the budget parameters to the city, or the city doesn't have to lease that building. And presumably they'll get it done on budget and hopefully on time. And in order to accomplish this, we have a ground lease under which the city leases the City Hall parcel to the nonprofit on a long-term basis. The city retains the ability to use the existing City Hall while the construction occurs. And then, of course, once the building is substantially complete and the city moves in, then the city moves out of the old City Hall, and it will go away. So in order for the nonprofit working with Vulcan to build and carry out the new City Hall, city needs to make the property available to the nonprofit. That's the ground lease. You're basically leasing the ground to them. Then when the building, and then there's the project lease, and it's signed at the time of the financing, but the city is not really on the hook until that project is done. And under the project lease, then the city will lease back the new city hall from the nonprofit entity, and then the city will make rent payments. The rent payments are almost entirely to take care of the debt service on the tax-exempt bonds, and some relatively minor operating the costs. The city would have the option of asking the nonprofit to arrange for the maintenance of the building, but you don't have to do that, and that's a decision that you could consider and make at a later date if you chose to do so. Otherwise, the city, under the project lease, will lease the city hall for the life of the bonds on a absolute net basis, meaning that it's your building and you are responsible for upkeep and management of the building. And you make the payments, they go to a trustee, basically a bond trustee, who then in turn pays makes the debt service payments on the bonds. A key thing under the project lease and under state law is that when a city lease purchases a building, which is technically what's happening here, it's a financing lease, but you're leasing it with this option to purchase, the city is promising to make those rent payments, and those rent payments are treated as debt to the city. They are the equivalent of non-voted limited tax general obligation debt. Technically, the city is not directly responsible on the bonds. That's the nonprofit. But the city is responsible for making those lease payments. So that's one of the most important provisions in the project lease. And in Section 4 of the ordinance, it says that right there. So I just wanted to highlight that it says the full faith, credit, and resources of the city are irrevocably pledged for the prompt payment of the monthly rent under the project lease. And that is an enforceable promise of the city. So the ground lease to the nonprofit and the project lease of the building back, those are really the core documents for the city. Now, then the nonprofit is going to contract through the development agreement with Vulcan. Vulcan, in turn, arranges for a general contractor and for various other contracts that either Vulcan enters into or the nonprofit enters into. The city's not a party to those, but the city signs off on the development agreement, which is why you've got a copy of it, and that's why a copy is attached to the ordinance, because that's really important. And the city plays a role. The city is going to be looking at what's going on in terms of the construction. I'm sure bird dogging it and getting reports back, asking questions, but ultimately it is really the nonprofit and Vulcan that are on the hook for getting that building done, not the city. I will also note under the ground lease there's certain environmental hazard responsibilities the city hangs on to, because that's been the city's property for a long time. And so, anyway, the development agreement is one of those documents, and I can certainly try to answer questions on that, and others here can as well. Another one of the documents that you're approving is a bond purchase agreement. Actually, that one, we don't have a current copy attached to it. We just got that today, but that is an agreement between, it's a standard bond sale related document. It's an agreement between the nonprofit and the underwriter for the bonds, which is Barclays, and it's just the terms and conditions. Actually, most of the provisions are not directly related to the city, but in it the city promises one of the important things is the continuing disclosure agreement, which you do have. And again, the city signs off on that bond purchase agreement, and the city will also be signing off on the official statement, which is the disclosure document for the bonds, although you won't be approving it. The city manager has the authority and the finance director to approve that document. It's a disclosure document, just like the official statements that the city issues, and a portion of that, i.e. the portion describing the city, is very close to what you put in your recent official statement for a recent bond issue. And so the description of the city is not going to be significantly different from what the city's already approved recently. The continuing disclosure agreement, which is one of the attachments to the ordinance, is under that the city is going to be committing to providing ongoing financial information to the bond market. That is virtually identical to what you recently promised to do in connection with your general obligation bonds. We didn't want to invent any new wheels, so the commitments the city makes there are just the same that you've already made. So that's an overview: the ground lease, project lease, bond purchase contract, development agreement, and then this continuing disclosure undertaking. And I'd be pleased to ask questions about each of the documents in detail or in general.
Mayor, if you will, you may have questions for Mr. Spitzer, but I wanted to at least put a face for you to National Development Council and ask John Finke if he could come up, and then Hamilton as well. I know you've seen Hamilton many times with city investors, Vulcan Real Estate, but Hamilton, maybe you can come up too in the event there are questions. So you have the team in which are going to be executing the documents here for your study session.
Perfect. Thank you so much. Welcome. So we've taken 15 minutes exactly, actually, for the presentation of information. Appreciate it. Thank you, gentlemen, for making yourselves available. That leaves about 9 minutes per council member on the subject. Who wants to take the first stab?
I'll take the first stab.
Councilmember Lamb.
So welcome and thank you for your presentation tonight. Hugh, my question was to you. So you're probably one of the most preeminent municipal bond attorneys in the state of Washington. And
I'm in
kind
trouble now.
Well, yeah, that's the lead-in. So how, just in layman's terms, how secure is this arrangement for taxpayers of the city of Bothell, and how common is this kind of a financing arrangement?
Well, I can answer the second question.
Okay.
In terms of how secure it is. That's a financial advisor question, which Susan Musselman might be able to comment on, but the SEC doesn't let me answer that question. I'm just supposed to be a lawyer.
That's why you're one of the most preeminent.
But let's see. It is relatively common. That is, we see about 16320 per year, I would say, on average. Except for this year, we got at least 2 going, or 3 going, yeah. But the state has done several. King County has done lots. Shoreline did a cousin to a 6320. They did a lease purchase, but just a straight lease without the nonprofit involved. We do about 1 a year. They're a little more complicated than a normal financing, but the advantage, as you have discussed in the past, is that it from a public works and responsibility shifting basis, it's very helpful for communities in many instances.
And so as a legal matter,
Yeah.
as those payments go out over time,
Right.
what can you explain what the practical difference is for in terms of making payment? If we were to finance it by the bond, as you indicated, there are limitations as to who we could select. We'd have to take the lowest responsible bidder for a project of this size. The 6320
lowest and
is
best bidder, yeah.
right. Allows us to have more flexibility as to how we choose and more control over design and cap the cost.
Right. In terms of security for the investors are investing in the nonprofits bonds rather than the city bonds, but it's going to be close to, I believe, and Susan Musselman can comment on this, I think that the interest rate is going to be very close to a city interest rate. And from a security standpoint, because the city is making a full faith and credit pledge to the nonprofit, and that money's going straight to a trustee and then going straight to the nonprofit's bond owners. From a practical standpoint, it's the same.
It's the same. Okay. Yeah. Susan, did you want to comment on that and to the first question in terms of how secure this arrangement is as opposed to the traditional sort of bond financing? Because I know there's a lot of different moving parts, and we as a council have been discussing this for 5 years, so we're more familiar with this. But in kind of plain language for folks who are listening and getting up to speed on this subject.
Okay. Good evening. I'm Susan Musselman. I would say, as Hugh said, it's very similar to making a bond payment, and as he described in the discussion, you are making a full faith and credit promise. So it's important to remember that even though we call it a lease, for practical purposes, it's a long-term obligation, no different from a debt obligation.
So would it be fair to say that there's no more and no less financial exposure to the city than in a traditional bond financing?
Yes, that's
Okay.
right. And the real distinction comes in the benefits that have been discussed previously on the project procurement and development side.
Okay, and that we're able to secure a guaranteed maximum price, which protects the taxpayers on the high end of a project. And we've all seen large, well-intentioned projects in the state where the costs run into unexpected problems and escalate, and the taxpayers are on the hook for that.
Right. And one additional point, just to be clear, is because of the just the nature of the contracts and the financing, there will be a slight rating differential between what the city's bonds would look like, or excuse me, how they'd be rated versus how these will be rated, a one-notch difference. So there will be a little bit of an interest rate differential, but of course the trade-off being on the project cost side.
And so the policy decision for us as policymakers is weighing that rate differential as opposed to the security of having a guaranteed maximum
Right.
price, which cost overruns can't overgo.
Right.
All right. Thank you both very much.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Evans?
Well, that was exactly a question that I was looking to ask too, and even to bring it down to a more layman's level for the general public who may be listening or whatever the case may be. Normally when we build a capital project, we pass a bond issue and then we sell those bonds, and we bid the project. We take the low bidder or the lowest, most qualified bidder to do the project. Is kind of the normal approach, I guess. Correct me if I'm wrong, but in doing capital projects and things. So I think you touched a little bit on the difference between these two, but I guess I want the public to be sure because this, or to understand this, because this is a different process than what normally we use. So I don't know if you can comment on the traditional way of bidding a project and paying for it with bonds and risks or whatever may be involved in that. I guess that's more than a financing issue. That's a cost of the project issue, that type of thing. But to me, this guarantees a price. We get away from change orders. And I was interested to know just how often this is occurring. We did get some information where we heard that it is occurring in the state more and more. But is this process is a little different, new to us in this city, compared to what the typical process is, but is this the more up-and-coming process, or what's the advantage of this way over the traditional way in the past? I don't know if someone can summarize that quickly.
Yeah, I'll make one observation, and which is that it can make sense when it's a large enough project, and this is a large enough project because there are a lot of moving parts.
Okay.
So you wind up paying more on, more people, more moving parts, more documents, more lawyers. And so on a smaller project, it isn't going to make sense.
So so we pay up front for maybe some additional documents and time, but in the end, we protect ourselves from any potential huge overruns or change orders or whatever the case
Right,
may be.
unless the city is requesting the change
Yeah,
orders.
okay.
If you want to have gold-plated toilet seats, then you have to
Yeah.
pay for them.
We don't want gold-plated.
I bet you
Go
don't.
ahead.
Councilmember Evans, Mayor, members of council, John Finke of National Development Council. It is becoming a more and more common approach in the state. We have done approximately 30 projects using this for a total of nearly $2 billion. They have, every single one of them, come in on time and once on, but the rest under budget, with the money sort of flowing back through the not-for-profit to the cities and the state and the university. The goal here is to, recognizing what Susan said, there's a little, because of the lease revenue versus the general revenue of the city, there's a little differential in the pricing of the bonds. So far, all of our projects in cities, the cities have been quite satisfied that the quality of the project is equal or superior to anything they've seen, and the cost is below what they would have normally seen. So the goal is a high-quality, lower-cost project delivered. And much of that cost is delivered because of time efficiencies. It's not often well recognized that time is truly money in development. And if you can deliver with efficiency, you can deliver projects that are of high quality for less cost. And the goal is that.
Great, thank you. Mayor, I have some specific questions related to each of the documents. That was just kind of one of the most important questions, I think, was that our public understands this process, or we understand it, and what the advantages are. I don't know how much time we have. I can
You
try.
have another 4 minutes.
I can try to cover some of these specifics real quickly, if that's okay.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm just going to spin through these pretty quick. On page 40 of our information, it talks about.
Councilor Evans, I had 5 minutes left over, and I'd yield those to you for my time.
Hopefully, I don't.
4. Sorry. 4.
On page 40, it talks about the average prevailing rental rate per square foot in the marketplace compared to the proposed City Hall facility. I don't know who can answer how we stack up with our proposed rate as to what the marketplace is for similar type facility.
This is a finding which, under state law, the city makes. I'm just looking from a legal standpoint. So you basically have to make a finding that this is financially sensible.
Okay.
In terms of prevailing rates. I don't know whether the numbers have been run yet on a comparative rate. Maybe somebody else has done that.
As Bob indicated, today we just got the sort of most recent iteration of the project cost. We get that immediately over to the bond council to layer in what the debt service is and what they'll project it. They will layer in a rate higher than they expect to achieve in the market to make sure there are no ill surprises. We're quite confident that the result is going to be a rate that you will find quite attractive in the market. The best way I can answer the question, because we haven't run the numbers, is it's a new building. It's built by marrying the most attractive financing, 100% tax-exempt financing, with private sector delivery. If you had a private sector building, you would have taxable debt and very expensive equity for the financing, so you would have a much higher cost of financing married with private delivery. Here we're marrying the best of both worlds, the best of public rate financing with private delivery. And so it will compare favorably to any new building of its quality in the market.
Okay, if I understand what you're saying, it's so what we're building, the cost of our building is comparable or to what another building, office building might be built. It's not.
Yeah, it's not. We're not comparing it to a 40-year-old building out here and what that rents for.
Right.
It's to compare it to a comparable building.
Yeah, great. Thank you. On page 41E, it talks about the maximum project lease is not to exceed. That's a blank that I guess will be filled in, and that is guaranteed maximum price of the project? Is that that number that we'll see when this ordinance comes back completed?
What the number we'll put in there is simply because you need a number. So it will assume an interest rate that will include a cushion over what the underwriter thinks the market is. So that'll be an outside number. As soon as the bonds are sold, and unless something goes wrong with the market, they will be sold at a lower rate than will be used to calculate the number that's in the lease. We will substitute the actual bond debt service. So you will get whatever's the best achievable rate in the market will become your debt service. And the number that goes in your lease is just to put an outside parameter on it.
Okay. Moving here quickly, on page 43, it talks about expiration of the ground lease. Let's see, I think it's talks about expiration of the ground lease and not to exceed, ground lease may not exceed $100. What does that mean? I like $100. That sounds like a good number.
That's what you get from us for the 30 years, and it's a nothing number. We just did one in California at $1. The reason is we're going to lease the building and our cost to the ground back to you. So if you wanted $1,000, we'd make it $1,000, and your rent for the facility would pay $1,000. So we could pay you the $1,000. So it's just an arbitrary number.
Okay. You want me to wind up?
You're doing great. I just hope they're never late on that payment.
Yeah, I was wondering if we could.
Going to get paid up
penalties.
front.
Yes, that'll be for the full 30 years. We did the California one, and I got a letter right after closing saying, "Could we have our dollar?"
You might want to,
Yeah.
repay that amount. You have 3 more minutes.
Okay, on the project lease specifically, on page 75 of our information, it talks about the fixed price. Well, throughout this, we talk about the project lease, we talk about the project cost, we talk about the project budget. There's a lot of different numbers or ways to look at this thing. But on page 75, it mentions, I think as 1.26 fixed price means, is that the GMP price? Is that the final price that we're going to see? And I realized later that there's a definition of fixed price back on page 142.
The prices, council member, that I indicated to you earlier in regards to the total development cost, there is a fixed price inside of that, which excludes the things like the art budget, which are under the city's control. It includes FF&E, which is furniture, fixtures and equipment, again, which is under the city's control. Sales tax, and then we have our own contingency. So all those things are backed out of that total price. The remaining amount is the fixed price.
It's the fixed price. Okay, great. Thank you. And just to finish up, it talks about contingency in here, both project contingency and I don't. We may have a contingency in there too. What is the incentive for the contractor to? Talks about if there's funds used in one category or things that don't cost as much, they can move those funds to another category to build the building. But is there an incentive to the contractor to not spend all of that contingency money?
There certainly is. The contractor contingency, or the project contingency as we would call it, is $1.5 million. And savings from that, 1/3 of that would be retained by city investors.
Okay. So
with the remaining 2/3 then provided back to the project or to the city.
Okay, so have you seen that contingency used in other projects, or?
Yes, that is very standard. The percentage varies a percentage point one way or another. There are versions of it, but that is 90% of our deals are right at that number.
Okay.
It seems to be a number that works to incentivize the team to find savings. They're obligated to maintain quality, and it gives back to the city additional funds for project-related costs, or if there are none, we'll abate the principal portion of your rent until we use it all up.
And two quick ones, I think, page 95, 9.12 talks about savings on the project. And again, I think that's talking about the tenant's contingency and the project contingency. Does that, again, a point where there could be some savings and we don't spend that contingency? 9.1.2, 9.12 savings.
I'm trying to quickly skim it, but I think I'll try and answer without skimming it. The project-related contingencies have this savings on them. The tenant contingency is only applied to things you ask to be added in the project, and any savings in that, 100% of those savings come back to you. There's no sharing of that with the developer because that is only used at your direction.
Great.
Okay.
Thank you, John. That's the balance of your time, Councilmember Evans. Might have wanted voted for that hour. Other questions? You ready? Councilmember Raham.
Thanks for being here tonight. I appreciate you guys coming in. So on page 41, it has some language in there about the City Hall project, and it says ancillary site improvements as defined in the project lease. So then, of course, the next thing is on page 72, the project lease. It has, oh, where is it? Did I write down the wrong page? Oh, okay, here it is. Means the site improvements that will be completed upon demolition of the existing City Hall is more particularly described in the preliminary plans and outline specifications. And so we don't have those. And so I was curious, and oh, good, Bob did it. I wanted to see a map of what the project site is, because this is a whole city block and not just a City Hall and a parking garage.
So this is a simple map. It simply shows the site plan, and these are all the civic components. That entails the project work that will take place under the lease. Doesn't include any of the infrastructure utilities for the commercial pads or development that will occur in the future on Bothell Way or 183rd, but includes, of course, the City Hall building, the parking structure, the plaza, and a little bit of a sort of a walking area, steps on the corner into the plaza area, and as replicated on this map.
So basically all the areas that are hashed, like the sidewalks on the north side of the block, are completely going to be redone with this project? I guess all the sidewalks around the project.
Yes. Well, not Bothell Way.
Side. Okay.
But everything where you have a component where it's touching or abutting a civic component, which is effectively three sides of the project.
So all the plaza area all around City Hall, and then where the existing City Hall that we're going to demolish, that plaza area is all part of the
That's correct. It'll be
project.
Just left in probably a grass state. I have to back look at the plans after the project is finished for those commercial pad areas.
Okay.
And I have copies of this map too, anticipating your question, that I'll provide to the council afterwards.
Right. Okay, that'd be great. Thanks. So it was mentioned a couple of times that we've had substantial overruns in our capital projects, and this is somewhat ancillary to what you guys could answer. But I'm just curious, if I could ask the Public Works Department, do we have a lot of overruns in our capital projects? Because I haven't seen anything come back to council asking for additional money during construction.
Well, the current projects that we have underway, so Multi-Way Boulevard and Crossroads Phase 3, for example, we are anticipating that those will come in at or under budget. So I think they were referring to previous projects in other areas and facility projects and the like.
Well, I would also say that it's been many, many years, not just in this jurisdiction, but all jurisdictions that I've been, it's very seldom that you'll find a project that does not have a change order. And so the way that we're accommodating that, we're anticipating that this is an adversarial relationship, the traditional design, bid, build process, and so we're accounting for that in the budget process. And so although these projects may be coming under budget, they are certainly going through change orders, and they're increasing our costs from what they were when we delivered those to council and asked you to award them.
Looks like John might have something to contribute.
If I may, just a very quick comment. We often get asked if we can deliver normal roads and stormwater, that sidewalks, streets with 6320, and my usual answer is there's no need. That those are activities that jurisdictions do all the time, and they do very, very well. This tool, as Hugh alluded to, is for the larger, complicated projects. I noticed, and it's been a while since you've built a city hall. It's for complicated projects, and those are generally, I think, best delivered by entities that are in that kind of business of building those kinds of facilities all the time. And it's when someone tackles a activity that they don't have direct experience in is where you often see the cost overrun problem showing up. And I wouldn't expect to see it in your roads and your sewers.
So are we going to have a project engineer assigned to this project? That's my other question for Public Works. Because I didn't see anything in the agreement that there's an interaction with the project engineer.
Well, again, it's not our project. It's NDC's project with city investors. We will have owner's rep, tenant rep that will be, as Mr. Spitzer had indicated, bird dogging the project throughout its construction. We'll be attending various meetings to make sure that our interests are being met. But we will not have an engineer per se assigned to the project, but we will have a tenant manager or owner's representative as part of this deal.
Okay.
It is a very much open book process. Your tenant's rep will be able to attend all meetings. We will hire, as the owner, a owner's rep for the project. So, and you've been fully engaged in the designs, and our contract is for Hamilton to build this building according to the plans that have been approved. So there are a lot of safeguards in the delivery.
Okay. So how much time do I have?
You got three more minutes.
3 more minutes, okay.
With a little grace.
So the city of Redmond built a city hall using a 6320 funding mechanism. And after 10 years, the bonds were matured, I believe is the term. And they opted to buy the building outright out of the 6320 system. And I heard anecdotally, so that's why I wanted to ask you, because I have experts here, why did they opt out of it after 10 years? Because what I heard anecdotally was that it was too complicated and it was easier for them just to bond it themselves and cheaper after 10 years.
Actually, we were financial advisor to City of Redmond for that project. And you're right, they did it originally as a 6320, and remembering that your trade-off that you're looking at today is the benefit of the procurement and development versus the financing costs today. In the future, those bonds generally are issued with a 10-year period during which they cannot be prepaid. But as soon as they become subject to prepayment, the city has the option to either continue with this lease payment, which again is a purchase mechanism. You're going to end up owning the building, and it is a debt obligation of the city, or for the city to issue their own debt and actually prepay the lease and buy out the building. And that really, at that point, the developer's done. They're out of the process. It's really just the nonprofit has what I'll call a maintenance mode to continue the existence of the nonprofit. And then if the city enters into a management contract for operation of the building, that may be a role for the nonprofit. But essentially, the benefits have been obtained. So at that time that you can prepay and replace the bonds with lower cost financing, then it makes financial sense for the city to just step in, issue their own direct debt on their own credit. It's a slightly higher credit at that point, and you're indifferent at that point in the future, because either way, you're just making a general obligation debt payment.
And so I didn't see that in our agreement. Is that in our agreement that we can do that after 10
Yes.
years?
Yes.
Okay.
And in fact, you have generally, the market has a 10-year call provision or prepayment provision, and we're actually working with the underwriter on whether we might look at shorter prepayment options so that you have the ability to come in at an earlier point and do the same process to repay.
Under the 6320 rules, you have a right to retire our debt anytime you want to and can. So it's not you're not locked in for 30 years. It's just federal rule that if you want to issue your own debt and take us out, you can. The moment our bonds are retired, whether it's natural amortization of them or earlier, the asset transfers. In Redmond, we financed the deal when bond rates were higher, and when that 10-year period was up, bond rates were naturally lower. It made all the sense for them to use their debt capacity to refinance the bonds, and it's the deal. We're here to build the buildings for them, and it transferred to them.
It is a nice building.
It is a very nice building.
Thank you.
Do you need another minute or two? Okay. Oh, you don't have any more to give. You burned up a couple of mine. Are you good, Councilmember Sandberg? Being so polite. I don't see them nodding at this point. No? Okay. Yeah, Councilmember Sandberg.
All right, but I wanted to go back to the diagram that Bob had put up. I just want to make sure that I'm clear that in this guaranteed maximum price, does that include the right-of-way improvements on the entire length of the three streets that touch this project? Because this project touches 185th, 101st, and 183rd.
They do not include any street improvements associated with this project.
So what about the sidewalks along those entire lengths?
That's the sidewalks, but not the streets.
And so would in a traditional project, I guess, wouldn't a project be required to pay for right-of-way improvements from the midline of the street to the...
Well, the streets are already functioning now. They're not in need of any additional improvement. But do you have some? Yeah. Sure. Or Hamilton, either one.
Yeah, so I'm Bill Desjardins with GLY Construction. We do, if you look at Northeast 183rd Street, on the far right side, you can see where the new sidewalk starts, right where it says existing City Hall. From that point to the east, all the way up 101st, and then all the way across 185th, where we're getting new sidewalks. We do have a half-street overlayment of the existing asphalt, so that'll be ground and repaved with new asphalt to the midline of the city street.
Okay, thank you. And then for the ground lease, the entire cost for the ground lease over the lifetime of that lease is $100. Is that right?
That's right. And as was pointed out, it could be $1.
Yeah, it could be anything.
$10, yeah.
And the ground lease, it expires when the debt is paid?
Correct.
Not when we occupy the building?
Correct.
Okay. And that's just an arrangement because we don't officially own
That's exactly
we don't
right.
officially own the building at
Right.
the point that we occupy it.
Right, because the nonprofit needs to have a right to the ground so it can own the building on top of it. So it's leasing the ground and owning the building. And then when you pay off make all the payments, then you get the building and the ground lease expires and you got the ground back too.
So at the end of it all, we own the building, we own the ground, and it's
whole
all free and
deal.
clear in our hands.
Yes.
Okay. And then will we know or at least have a pretty good idea what our financing costs are and what our borrowing rates are going to be before we approve all of these contracts? Or does that information all come later?
We'll have a very good estimate very good estimate. It should be higher than your actual costs are because as we're filling the number in the ordinance, we're going to put a cushion in the interest rate just in case the market moves a basis point or two as we sell it. So as soon as the bonds are sold, we substitute the actual debt service for that estimate that's in your lease. And in that estimate, Hamilton will have all of the project costs. There will be the financing and interest costs during construction added to it, and that will be what results in the total bond sizing and the debt service, which becomes your rent. So you will have a higher than expected number in the lease you see.
Okay. And then I think it's in the ground lease document, there's a lot of discussion about hazardous waste, and that is the city's responsibility?
It's in Hamilton's budget is an estimate of what it should cost to do cleanup that will be necessary during construction. Your obligation, because you own the ground now, is if more contamination is discovered and that budget is insufficient. We don't anticipate that to happen, but you never know.
Hi, Hamilton Hazelhurst of Vulcan Real Estate, and in answer to that question, we're covering in the budget 2 areas of known contamination. One is, we know that there are some underground storage tanks for oil on site. We think there are 3 of them. So we're pretty used to dealing with that contamination in the work that we do in Seattle. And so we've created a budget of what we think it should cost to cover that discovery as we move forward in construction. And the other inclusion is the cost to abate the contaminants in the city hall before we demolish the building. And that would include asbestos or paint or something along those lines. And so we've created a budget for that. Again, that's a predictable cost. There is a dry cleaner next to the site, and I think most people are aware of the fact that there are some contaminants underneath that former building there. And our budget does not assume that any of that material is going to migrate onto the building site. And if that were to occur, then that would be an additional cost to the city to deal with that.
Yes, I thought we cleaned up the cleaners site.
It's in the process now, and we expect that cleanup will, we hope after some additional monitoring that no more cleanup will be necessary, at least associated with the City Hall site. But we have also contained, although in our tenant improvement budget, we do have an allowance for if we need to protect the City Hall site when the garage is being built, when the large hole is being dug, to protect from any groundwater contamination coming from the corner of the site back onto the City Hall site. We have funds in the budget to protect against that, but it's out of the city's contingency budget.
Thank you. So you said that in the end, it really is the developer and the nonprofit who are, quote, on the hook for any debt service, but the city is guaranteeing that with the full faith and credit, the ability to pay that. And so we've been talking about paying that with REIT revenue. And when I read the document, it said that, I don't know, maybe you can explain this to me, but it looked like if for some reason, unforeseen reason, the REIT revenue wasn't enough, then property taxes would be used to pay the monthly lease payment. Is that correct?
From a legal standpoint, this would be a general obligation of the city. So even though, let's say, the city intends to make the payment from REIT revenue, if the REIT revenue isn't there, the city still has an obligation to make the payments. It can come from property tax, it can come from excise taxes, it can come from anything, but the obligation is there. It's just the same as if you issued non-voted GO bonds. It's just comes from somewhere else in the budget.
Okay.
So.
And then you said that public art is not covered in the development agreement. That's something separate. So is that a fixed percentage of the fixed price?
It is. Public art is not part of the fixed project cost. It is a component of the total project cost, and that is 1% in accordance with our ordinance.
So when you say
1% of
the 47.764 million?
It's 1% of the construction cost, not of the total project cost, and consultants, engineering, demolition, and so it's very precise as to how that 1% is calculated.
Do you have an idea of what that is?
Oh, you're asking for the dollar amount? Yes. It's small print, I'm sorry. $314,844. Thank you.
And is that something that we're rolling into the lease payment, or that's something
Yes.
that we're going to pay for separately?
Again, that's all part of I mentioned those three things that are outside of the fixed cost, which will be, but however, will be part of the total project cost. Again, all of that makes up the lease payment.
I have one final question.
Absolutely, yeah.
It says maybe in the development agreement, there are 5 agreements, right? That we review.
Well, yeah, it's the ground development agreement, bond purchase contract, development agreement, really 4. It's just continuing disclosure agreement. Yeah, that's the one that's the same as what you do always with your bonds.
Okay. I think it was in the property agreement. No, the development agreement. Oh gosh, now I'm confused. One of those agreements where it talks about retaining the developer as a property manager following the completion date. Is that optional or required?
Optional.
It is optional.
And are we intending to do that as a city?
We're going to examine. Likely it'll be a hybrid. We may have the National Development Council provide certain private sector expertise to maintain, highly technical aspects of the building. We may do our own janitorial. We may do our own general maintenance. But that's something we're going to be examining over the course of the next year, and we'll likely have some RFPs, and then we'll choose the best method. Much like what we do today with our own staff and with a combination of private sector contracts.
But we don't have a property manager for our own city buildings right now. We do that all in-house?
Well, we hire, as I said, we do hire out certain aspects of building maintenance, and we provide a lot of it ourselves as well. And so we're going to be examining that ability to do the same with this new building as well.
Okay, thank you.
Need more time? Good. Councilmember Ram? You already, I'm sorry. Councilmember Agnew.
Well, if Councilmember Evans needs more time, I'll give him some. I think this is pretty exciting. We haven't had a city hall built in this city since the Great Depression. So it's probably about time. I think the 6320 plan is a very innovative financial plan that's going to have low-cost risks to the citizens. If I'm not mistaken, the Norm Mailing Building in downtown Seattle was built with a 6320 plan by the University of Washington. They were very pleased with the process. I'm very, very excited about this process, and I'll give the rest of my time to Councilmember Evans.
Wow. Deputy Mayor?
Great. Thank you. I just want to say that a lot of my questions have been asked and answered, and I appreciate all the council members for asking the questions and for staff and our experts on giving the answers. Going back to where Councilmember Sandberg left off. Actually, no, that got answered. So I guess question of the city manager: can we, as council, get the GMP documents maybe a week in advance of our normal council packet, so we just have more time to go over those and look at those, so we get your questions back to you in plenty of time.
Yes, we're going to try to get information to you as soon as possible.
Okay, great. So again, I've got questions written down here, and everybody answered them or asked them, and they got answered. So I just have to echo what Councilmember Agnew said, that this is, I think, an exciting time, and it's a great project that I think as a council over all these years working with this development group, that we've come up with a great model to move forward with a great project. So I will donate the balance of my time to those that need it.
Great. Councilmember Evans, did you want to take that time? 8 minutes from Councilmember Agnew.
Just one question I think has been answered, and that's the option to prepay the lease. That's stated on page 109 of the document. There's a section there that addresses that, and I think we've discussed that. The only other item that I had was on page 166, where it talks about cost overruns. I don't know if Councilmember Sandberg was addressing that, but so
about this?
Yeah. Can I ask a question while you're gathering your thoughts,
Sure.
Councilmember Evans? So when I was reading on page 102, section 19, I think it's talking about in the event that something catastrophic happens and the building is destroyed. What happens in that situation? And I say that not because it's some kind of hypothetical. Up at I frequently visit Sun Peaks Resort in British Columbia, and the Delta Resort, which is a high-end luxury resort, was almost at its completion. And a tarp got lit on fire from a heater from drying drywall, and the whole thing burned to the ground, because up at a ski resort you have no fire department, you have volunteer firefighters that come out with a little hose. So what happens in the event of some catastrophic situation, and whether it's a natural occurrence, if it's by someone's fault, where does that leave us with the project?
The developer's delivery time can be extended for another year if that happens, and it's insured so that there should be insurance proceeds to cover. And we have this discussion in the documents on every one of these deals, and it's humorous in that in many of the times it's the very same players, but the discussion is always there. It's if the building should fall down or burn down the day before ground opening, do we have enough insurance and enough developer obligation to rebuild it? And that's what's in the documents, that there should, the day it's supposed to be occupied by you, should it burn down, we'll use insurance proceeds and we'll rebuild it.
If it burns down the day before we occupy, the city's sort of like, because we don't pay anything until we occupy. Is that right?
There is rental abatement insurance to cover the debt service on the bonds in that insurance.
Okay. And then if the building burns down the day after we occupy,
there's still insurance.
Okay.
And I think one of the requirements of this project and all construction is builder's all risk insurance, and that covers specifically what Councilmember Sandberg is asking about.
Yes.
Yeah, great, okay. So last question, I guess, as far as just what we've been talking in general. So the documents that we have tonight will be coming back to us with blanks filled in and all the attachments there and everything. So it's the same documents that will just have all the information. Is that correct?
That's correct, unless Mr. Spitzer or Mr. Finke have any modifications.
If there are any modifications, there will be a red line so you can see what other tweaks happen to have been made.
But it's not like new documents. The documents that we've been poring over for the last few days going through this.
Any changes will be very boring.
They're going to be the same documents that we have tonight with the blanks filled in and that type of thing. Great. So we only need them maybe a day or so before if we've looked at them already. So.
But they're fun to read.
Yep. Yeah. So I have a couple questions. On page 75, it talks about the general contractor means GLY, and they're here this evening. What happens if, in your contract, Hamilton, with GLY, moving forward, you have to replace GLY? Do you have to come back to us for approval for that contractor to change this underlying
Well, that's a
document?
good question. I don't anticipate having to replace GLY.
No,
I mean,
whoever-
that's our obligation to deliver a project, and I doubt we'd make that move. We've done a lot of work with GLY on numerous projects, and they've always delivered the way we expect, and better in many cases.
I'm a general contractor myself, and the partners that we go into business with don't have the same plan either, but we always plan for what may happen. I'm not saying or suggesting you would replace GLY,
Right.
who has a very good reputation in this marketplace, and you have a successful history. I'm just wondering what happens if we get to that point. Do you actually have to come back to the nonprofit to get permission? And
Yeah, they're the owner
They
in
do
this
have to come
case,
back
so,
to the not-for-profit. And we are very public-spirited. It will not be a secret kept from you and another firm shows up with their logo on the truck the next day.
yeah, taking down one banner, putting up the next.
Right.
We hope to see GLY from beginning to end.
We fully expect to see it.
Nice
Yes.
yellow logo. Yeah. Everybody likes the circle. So appreciate that. City Manager Stowe, you talked about different pricing for the building. I wonder if you could slowly go over that again, because it sounded like there was a significant cost savings just from even 3 months ago.
Sure. Just again, as a top line comparison, back in November of 2011, before we suspended the project, we were forecasting a GMP at $48.6 million. When we brought the project, resurrected it, although we reduced some scope to create some savings to the March 2014 budget, it was still higher at $49.1 million.
Okay.
And the GMP today is $46.7 million.
46.7. Okay. And that's with a change to the top floor?
There are some other minor changes that we'll go over on the 3rd, but that's the most significant change. Is previously it was identified in March as a full 4th floor but unfinished. Now it's a partial 4th floor but fully finished.
So are you able to build out the top of the 4th floor if you so desire?
Yes.
You are.
In the future, and again, the life cycle of this building, 75 plus years, if we find that we have the need to do that, we can do that at that time.
But that was actually Councilmember Rayam's question. I remember last time we were together, he said, well, why don't we wait? Could we build on the top 4th floor?
Yeah, let me just elaborate on that a little bit more. So what we've done is again, to reduce some cost, we've actually moved all the mechanical equipment down to a well condition on the 4th floor. So you would have to retain that well condition. So we're taking out, looked at it today, about reducing it by about 6,400 rentable square feet, and in the future you'd have the ability to build back about 4,500 square feet. So it wouldn't be the whole floor.
Are there any sound questions then if we're dropping it on the 3rd floor and we're building around it?
There shouldn't be. I mean, that's all manageable with the building construction that we'll be providing.
Okay. Yeah. Great. Interesting.
Mayor, this is a quick rendering of what the building would look like with that portion of the 4th floor dropped. And just as a comparison, this is the rendering with the 4th floor fully installed.
Interesting. So what happens with the balance of the 4th floor that's undeveloped there on the right for the next 20, 30 years?
It'll be occupied with space. The central storage area, the occupants that would have been on the 3rd floor will move up to the 4th floor, and then the 3rd floor area will become, at least that section of the building, will become the central storage area for the city.
And then the exterior space? Is it just a roof?
Rooftop. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Is it possible to make it a usable roof, or is that too expensive?
Well, we've included in the price a corner deck at the southwest corner of the building that's off a conference room. So we actually see that as a nice public amenity potentially to have visitors or whatever come take a look.
And that's the redevelopment side of the
And
city as
so
well.
this area here is the rooftop deck that Hamilton was just mentioning. This is the occupiable area within the fourth floor, and this is the rooftop with some of the HVAC in this area.
More centrally located there.
Yes.
Okay. Great. Well, thank you. All council members had the opportunity to use their time, to gift their time, to speak. We do have 6 minutes left. Is there somebody else that would like to take a minute or two to make comment? Divide that up by. You have one more a short comment? Or?
Sure, I would just say a brief comment, and this is, we kind of buried the lead in Bob's talk about the guaranteed maximum price. It's a pretty remarkable thing that the price that we're now talking about is lower than what was the guaranteed maximum price in 2011, and I think that's impressive. Everybody who sat on the council in 2009 endorsed the idea of a city hall at that time as part of the capital facilities program, and it would have been completed by 2011 but for the economic recession. So I really applaud our city manager and our finance director and the development team that we have put together at being able to deliver a price that would be lower than what our guaranteed maximum price was in 2011.
Anybody else comments? Deputy Mayor? Councilmember Sandberg? Ray? No, good. We've reached the end of the time. Thank you, everybody, for your questions. Thank you, gentlemen, so much for your time. And ma'am, appreciate your contribution to this big process we're going into for the next several years of a city hall in Bothell. Very exciting times. Next item on the agenda was moved from the consent agenda and actually pulled by Councilmember Sandberg. We don't necessarily have a presentation. I imagine you have some questions, Councilmember Sandberg, and this is on AB 1475 to consider adoption of a resolution designating Main Street and Multi-Way Boulevard as parkways and boulevards pursuant to RCW 3521-190. Do you want to start off?
Well, I pulled it thinking that we would wrap it into our discussion on the capital bond in general, because the two are interrelated.
Well, Councilmember, yeah.
And that was the extent of pulling it.
I didn't hear you say that at the time. I did hear you say that you just wanted to have it at the beginning of AB 1477. Councilmember Ram?
Yeah, I just wanted. I thought it made sense to put the two together because they're germane, and I thought it would be a good. So Councilmember Sandberg pulled it, and then I thought if we're going to bring that up, let's put it next to this action item.
Well, we could put it next to it, but I never heard that the two are going to be melded into one.
Mayor, we do have you Spitzer here too that could address questions regard to that particular resolution.
Yeah, I think for now we'll keep it separate because I didn't hear you say to meld it into one agenda bill item. So, do you want to ask your questions?
Okay, so this consent agenda item serves to classify the Multi-Way Boulevard and the Main Street, two sections, from roads to parkways. Mm-hmm. And so, and that's per RCW code citation. Mm-hmm. Does RCW define what a parkway is?
I'm Hugh Spitzer with Foster Pepper Bond Counsel to the city.
Thank you.
The statute here is 3521-190. It was passed in 1911, and it's really connected to the movement in the early 20th century and late early 20th century for beautification of urban areas, and very much tied to the whole Olmsted plan movement, where many cities had the Olmsteds and other sort of city designers come in and help them think through how they wanted they wanted their communities to look like. I live one house away from Ravenna Boulevard in Seattle, which is an Olmsted Street with trees and grass in the middle and it winds around. It has a brown sign instead of a green sign. That way you know it is a parkway as opposed to a street. And many communities throughout the country designated streets and boulevards as parkways with the concept that they would be places that are extra nice for people to walk, to run their dogs, play Frisbee, whatever they do, sit and enjoy life. And there is not I actually looked for a standard definition of parkway, and I couldn't find one, although you get a good idea when you read through a bunch of statutes around the country, kind of what people have in mind. And they tend to be streets that have a lot of greenery associated with them. I guess that's the easiest way to say it.
Okay. And then, so what is the purpose?
Sure.
Of doing
this? Fundamentally, state law also from about the same time period, but not a statute, it's a court decision, says that when you put measures before the voters to vote on them, they have to have some coherence and they have to relate to each other. And you don't want to have projects where, for instance, you have a fire station and a park and a water main and put that in one ballot measure to the voters to approve, because they're not coherent and it's not fair to the voters. So you want things to be coherent and related. And as a bond lawyer, and we are very conservative in the way that we interpret state law, I wanted to make sure that the projects in this single ballot measure were integrated and integral and related to each other. And because there were street improvements as well as parks, I thought that it would make sense to be, once I saw the pictures of what they were going to be, I thought, well, these are parkways and boulevards, and if they get designated as parkways and boulevards, and which they are, as an important public space amenities, then it is appropriate to put them together with other park improvements around town. But as belt and suspenders, I thought it would make sense to designate them as boulevards and parkways, which this 1911 statute allows us to do. Doesn't make any difference in terms of administration, because in this city, Public Works is in charge regardless of whether they're parkways or they are just sort of ordinary streets. But it's to just ensure that these are integral and integrated, all the improvements in this ballot measure.
And then, so according to the RCW 3521-190 on page 33 of the agenda packet, it says that any city or town council, upon the request of the Board of Park Commissioners, shall have the authority to designate such streets.
Right.
And that is what is in this consent agenda item. It is a letter from we don't call them our Board of Park Commissioners, it's a Parks and Recreation Board. So we have that letter from our Parks and Recreation Board.
Right.
And this RCW invests that authority to request that. And then it also then says that that these parks, boulevards, transfer all care, maintenance, and improvement of the surface thereof to the Board of Park Commissioners. It doesn't say to the Public Works Department or to, and so to me, I read that we're getting a letter from our Parks Board that says, please designate this as a parkway. And then it also, the rest of that sentence then says, all care, maintenance, and improvement of the surface thereof will be to the Board of Park Commissioners.
But keep reading. Or to such authority of such city or town as may have the care of the parks, parkways, boulevards, and park drives of the city, and that is Public Works.
So should we make that clear somewhere, that it's not the Parks and Rec Board that has the authority to take care of these redesignated streets?
It's already.
Or do you just assume that it's the Public Works Department?
Well, it's already in the resolution.
Yeah. It's a recital that all responsibilities, construction and maintenance will remain with the city through the Public Works Department.
The fifth
That
whereas.
could be an action clause as well.
It's in
Okay.
the fifth whereas, yeah.
Okay. That's all the questions I
Well
have.
done. Okay. Anybody else? Any questions, comments on this matter?
A question.
Yes, sir.
This is a question for Hugh. So effectively, you've taken a look at this. You're the bond counsel for the city, and it's your legal judgment that this is the appropriate and most conservative course of action to make this labeling change under Washington law. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay. And this is really the impetus. It's your counsel to the city as our bond counsel that's driving this change, that you think this is
That
the
is
most
true. I will take the blame for it because
There's no-
I'm being
no,
extremely conservative.
There's no blame. I just wanted to make sure that when we because I intend to make a motion to pass this, that the purpose behind this is to follow the counsel of our bond counsel to take the most conservative approach in pushing in promoting this initiative. Is that correct?
That is accurate.
Okay. If there's no other questions, or there are other questions, I'll yield the floor.
Ray.
So I had a question along that line. Is it because some of the projects are road projects that we would have gone out for two different levies pursuant to the RCW that you brought up?
Well, you could do that. You could do two separate ballot measures, one for the sort of the physical parks and one for parkways and boulevards. If the city staff had come and said, we want to do a whole bunch of street improvements, and if when I looked at the descriptions of them, they were just run-of-the-mill street improvements, I think I would have advised the city to split the measure in two. But when I saw that they were boulevards and public space type amenities with a significant amount of green, I concluded that they were quite appropriate to include in a measure that has parks, park type parks as well. So it seemed clearly, close enough to me and integrated enough to me. Yeah.
Thanks.
Good. I look at the grand authority of Wikipedia on the internet. It talks about the term parkway has several distinct principal meanings and numerous synonyms around the world for either a type of landscape area or a type of road. Those type of landscape areas around those roads are central areas, often landscape, which separate opposing lanes of traffic, undivided streets and roads, limited access highways, and it goes on, and I don't need to read it all. But I know that the plan was with the DSRG and the visionary group 8 years ago was to have this special amenity in downtown Bothell, and then with the Main Street extension as well. And everybody can go online at home if they so desire and type in Bothell Main Street extension, and you can see those designs when you type on images on Google. You can see those plans, and everything has been designed around public spaces. And when we hired Freedom Tongue and Bottomley, I remember specifically, because my wife is in mind with everything that I say, or most things that I say, I said, please create a sense of place where my wife can be with their friends. And that's exactly what the Downtown Visionary Group came back with, a place where my wife and kids and your wife, kids, husbands, friends, and neighbors can all come together. And that boulevard is made as a parkway, to have parks and public spaces that we can gather as citizens, and looking forward to a year or two from now to be on that boulevard for the 4th of July parade and celebrating together. So I don't know if anybody has any comments or if there's a motion on the floor to pass this agenda bill item. I would entertain it at this time.
Mr. Mayor, I would adopt a proposed resolution designating Main Street and the Multi-Way Boulevard as parkways and boulevards pursuant to RCW 3521-190.
So I have a motion and a second. Are there any comments on the motion that's on the floor? Councilmember Evans.
Well, I'm a parks kind of guy, so I struggled with these streets initially, and then I pulled out the document again and started looking at that. And although, Hugh, I don't think we're going to be playing soccer or walking the dog down through this landscape area or throwing the Frisbee, but it really is, to me, it's, we think of open space. What do we get? What's the benefit of that? I can't play Frisbee and some of those places either. But it's the visual relief that you will receive driving down there. This is going to be a whole different experience driving down this road than it is any other road in the city, and in many cases, any other road in the nation in a lot of cases. This is really a landscaped passive area or landscaped area with, like you said, Mayor, things along the right-of-way there that your family can sit down in front of a cafe or whatever the case may be, or visit on the sidewalk and things. So I had to take a second look at this as how I can qualify this as parks, but I think it's no different than open space. It will provide a visual relief to the people who drive down that street, much more so than 522 or so many of the other roads we have in the area. So I certainly think it qualifies. And although the Public Works Department maintains our parks right now, hopefully someday we'll have a park operations maintenance department that will be
You always find a way to slide that in.
Yes, thank you.
Anyone else? Councilmember Sandberg?
I appreciate bond counsel's advice. I think it is a very conservative approach, because we don't want to be in a situation at the end of a bond measure that is passed and then challenged because it has combined two disparate uses that does lack coherence and relate to one another. So I appreciate your advice on that matter. However, I feel that reclassifying these roads to parkways only eliminates that legal distinction, not the real distinction in voters' minds that you don't play in a landscaped area on a street, no matter how nice it is. And we have plenty of streets that have landscaping that create that visual relief that we don't classify as parkways. And so I'm going to be voting against this item because I feel fundamentally we are combining in the bond levy measure incoherent and unrelated items before the voters.
Comment on the underlying motion?
I hate to go against the lawyer's recommendation.
It's a policy, man.
Right. When I look at the table, and we're going to get into this in the next item, but 67% of this levy is for those two roads. Whether we put a lot of trees on them and grass and butterflies fly around them and everything else, they're roads. And so I struggle with the main basis behind this is to call this levy a parks and public space levy. And to me, I feel like when 67% of it is nice roads, very nice roads, I struggle with that title, and so that's why I'm not going to support the main motion.
Okay. Agnew?
I will be taking my legal advice from our distinguished lawyer out there, and I will be supporting this motion.
Yeah. Councilmember Lamb?
I'll be supporting this motion. I think that when our Bothell citizens came together to create a vision for our downtown, the vision included a pedestrian-friendly boulevard. It's been called a boulevard the entire time. It's not a sleight of hand. It's been there from the beginning. And I think this bond package that's proposed will include a pedestrian-friendly boulevard, finalizing and finishing our beloved Main Street and our beloved park at Bothell Landing. That's a very coherent vision of our downtown. The fact that it will also include a new citizen-generated initiative of preserving a really precious open space in North Creek Forest, I think is an incredibly coherent citizen-led vision for this. I have the utmost respect for our bond counsel. I think his advice on this is sound, but I also believe that the underlying policy argument, as he pointed out, is that when you look at them in their totality, this is a cohesive vision for Bothell. This is something that we have asked. The citizens of Bothell have said, we want to finish our downtown. What we're doing is thoughtfully putting together a package that will enable them at the ballot box to take the responsibility and do that. So I'll be supporting my motion.
Deputy Mayor, do you have any comments?
I'll be supporting it. This is as been stated before, this is the vision of a informal and formalized group of citizens that we're essentially bringing to fruition what they envisioned. And we've added to that recently, as was recent, Councilmember Lamb pointed out, the another component of the North Creek Force, which our citizens have deemed to be a very valuable part of our community. So again, another citizen vision that they'd like to see completed, and this bond allows us to complete the vision of all those people that Bothell City Council had rallied together and asked them what they wanted, and we're just finishing up what they wanted, and so I'll be supportive.
Great, thank you. I too will be supporting it. I remember thinking back to a few of the faces that I remember on the board. I remember Steve Cox was on there, a developer in the city. I remember Lee Henderson, who's a business owner on Main Street. I think Pat Parkhurst was on that board. Several people in our community, at least 50 to 60, and I'm not so good with names sometimes. But the whole vision was to create a place where citizens can gather in Bothell, because we are America, our Main Street America. And Main Street and the Boulevard were especially discussed. There was a vision in years past where the school district site was going to become inwardly focused, not outwardly focused, and the concern of Main Street was to make sure that the businesses didn't suffer there on Main Street. So the whole vision was, let's connect all the way from what is a great amenity in the Pop Keeney Stadium with the half-acre park there and everything that's going to be connecting in between all the way to Main Street to make sure that we don't leave them behind. So connecting these two, naming them as parkways and boulevards, and connecting them to one of our greatest amenities, the park at Bothell Landing, all is consistent with the vision of the city, with the citizens, with this or past councils, and the Downtown Visionary Group, and also what Wikipedia says as well, that parkways and boulevards are supposed to be meant not necessarily as places where you're throwing frisbees and footballs, but as places that connect park places together. And certainly the boulevard with a half-acre park and Pop Keeney do connect those park areas together. So everybody's had a chance to speak. If we can vote on the underlying motion, which is to adopt the proposed resolution designating Main Street and the Multi-Way Boulevard as parkways and boulevards pursuant to RCW 3521-190. Everybody place their vote. And the clerk display. It passes 5-2 with Councilmember Sandberg and Rayum in the negative. We are at 8:01, so what we will do is take a 15-minute break and come back and discuss item 1477. Thank you, everybody. Welcome back, everybody. The next item on our agenda is AB 1477, consider approval of an ordinance authorizing a November 4th, 2014 election for Parks and Public Spaces bond levy. City Manager?
Thank you, Mayor. I know you've discussed this several occasions, so let me just offer a few brief comments to sort of tee this up for any additional questions that you might have. As you know, you previously discussed that voters should be asked if they want to fund critical downtown infrastructure needs, as well as some additional park and public space amenities. Therefore, the proposed Parks and Public Spaces bond levy. These are divided into sort of three categories, or that can be framed within these sort of three categories. Destination parks, which would include a park at Bothell Landing, as well as a new North Bothell Park in Snohomish County. Community recreation, which would include installation of field turf at North Creek Field Number 3, improvements to East Norway Hill Park, and a new off-leash dog area in that park, and then acquisition and development of open space property, specifically North Creek Forest and other open space and property and development. And then finally, public spaces and downtown enhancements, which includes enhancing and extending Main Street and then finishing the multi-way boulevard. Information in the packet regarding each of those projects and their related costs. This proposed public or Parks and Public Spaces bond levy is projected to cost Bothell citizens $9.68 per month in property taxes based on a $300,000 home. Tonight we're also fortunate to have Hugh Spitzer here this evening that could address questions. He is the author of the ordinance that you have in front of you in regards to placing this measure on the November 4th, 2014 ballot. And I'll turn it back over to Council Mayor to any questions that I can answer or Mr. Spitzer can answer.
Great. I think what I'd like to do is actually allow the public to make comment and then jump into council questions and discussion right after that. So we didn't have a sign up for this because it's kind of a pop idea, I guess, of mine. It wasn't on the agenda. So is anybody from the public who'd like to make comment? Ms. Agard, if you would like to come forward, and then we'll take the next two right after that.
Actually, it's a question. I read the agenda package of the council packet, and I see that it takes a 60% vote approval and a 40% turnout from the last general election. And so my question is, how is this figured with the annexation areas that have come into the city? How is that calculated?
Well, it's additional population of approximately 6,000 residents. I'm not sure the number of registered voters that might turn out for an election in November, and so certainly that'll come to bear in determining the 60% threshold. How it would determine and how the King County will determine the number of voters within the annexation area regarding the 40% threshold, I'm not sure I can fully address that this evening.
Does that help?
Interesting question.
Okay, that was a curious issue.
Yeah. Perfect. Thank you, Ms. Agard. Sir, if you'd like to come forward and state your name for the record.
Yeah, my name is David Graff. I live at, do I need to say where I live? 160?
No, that's not our policy anymore unless you so desire.
Okay. Anyway, I just became aware of the issue, and you know, this to me really isn't a park. I heard you guys discussing, and you voted that it is a park, and you know, but I don't really feel like this is something that we should be paying for. You know, my property tax has already gone up. I was looking at it online recently, and I've already seen that they've gone up 10% this year over last year from additional measures and stuff. And so this is just another $150 a year that I'm going to have to be paying. So, you know, for that reason, when it comes, if you put it on the ballot in November, I'll be voting against it. So,
just are you open to a question?
Sure.
You said your taxes went up by 10%, or the valuation of your home went up by 10%?
Well, it's not clear to me, but when I went online and at King County and checked around April 15th, they had gone up by 10%.
So, but the property values went up by 10%.
Whatever it was, it
Yeah.
caused the taxes to go up that much. So the taxes this year for 2014 over 2013 were 10% higher, projected to be.
Well, if your taxes are going up by 10%, you might want to call the assessor's office.
Yeah.
So I know that they were out doing valuations of properties. I know that overall in King County, property values went up by around 12%.
Right.
So if your taxes themselves went up by that much, maybe you want to check in with them.
So it's bottom line, it hurts my family's budget. So I just don't need an additional, the city coming along and tacking on another $150 a month. I mean, you make it sound small by saying it's only $10, but all the other measures that come along do the same thing.
Okay.
So,
Thank you, sir. Sir, come forward and state your name for the record.
Gary Kamikawa, and while I am on the Park and Recreation Board here representing as a citizen, so on this particular measure, I was part of the affirming to pass and designate the parkway, which you guys have discussed. One of the things as a citizen, we're very passionate and love to see the completion of the downtown and kind of the vision that we have, and in addition to the parks. But one of the things that I think, having participated with the PROSAP process over the last year, and then prior to that, the previous PROSAP, one of the number one needs within the community and desired items is a community center and aquatic facility. We've designated that I realize with the North Shore pool, then with McMinimans and getting somewhat of a pool, but it's not necessarily a full aquatic center that meets the needs of the community. And so one of the things that I would actually push for, and recognizing that, yes, there is the concern about the cost, and the gentleman expressing the impact that he has as a homeowner, but where I would actually look for is a request to actually consider increasing the amount of the bond levy to actually cover the addition of a community center and aquatic facility that actually would meet the needs of this community and, in fact, the region. And I know there's a lot of debate on whether it should be something that's done at a city level or in a regional capacity. But I think if we're going to go forward and actually vote on whether or not we want to support the park department or parks and public works and public spaces, that we should actually have something that, tangibly we also feel that is one of the top needs within the community.
Thank you, sir. Really appreciate many people in the community share your thoughts. So, any other further comments from the public? All right, seeing none, this is an opportunity for council to ask questions to staff. Anyone want to jump off first? Councilmember Lamb.
So the first question I had is, when we break this out, I think it's nine, and I think this is mostly directed to Tammy, although she can push it off to somebody else if she wants. What is the total dollar per thousand that we're talking about with this initiative? Because I know we've talked about the assessed value, what this proposed increase would be.
Per thousand?
Yeah.
Assessed value? Well, we'd have to divide it by 300.
Okay.
I'll have to do that.
And then what I guess my underlying question, or my next question would be, as I understand it, the bond that the voters passed to pay for the police station is expiring. What year is that expiring in?
2017.
2017. And what percentage, what amount was that bond?
It's right now 13 cents per thousand of AV.
Okay, so I guess what I'm asking, and you don't have to answer it now, you can.
It would take away approximately $3 and something per year.
Okay, out of that, and so what percentage of that?
Comparable to the 966
Yeah.
That the city manager was talking about, that would take away approximately a third.
So effectively in 2017, 1/3 of the increase would go away.
Well, right now it would be the 966 plus the 3.
Okay.
For people that live within what was Bothell prior to the annexation.
Right.
But it is true that on their tax assessment, that $3 a month would go away.
Okay.
In 2017.
In 2017.
Yeah.
Okay.
And
So people who lived in Bothell prior to the because the people we just annexed in or have annexed in over the time didn't pay for they got the police station. They didn't pay for it because they weren't here. They didn't have an opportunity to vote yes for it like the voters did at that time.
Correct. So if you live in Bothell, you will see that $3 and some cents per month go away on a $300,000 house.
Okay. So that's, and when we, if you take that in kind of in its totality, what does that do? I mean, you're our finance director. What do you think this does to our total kind of financial picture? Because I know some people, there's been an argument made, well, if we do this, then we're not going to do something else, or we're not going to, we heard testimony of like, we're just tacking on taxes. What does having this do to us? Does that free up revenue then that would otherwise have to go to these projects over a number of years to be put towards other things? Or how do you view that as a finance director?
What it really means is that the people who live in Bothell today will be able to enjoy these benefits. The whole purpose, really, of financing major infrastructure is to ensure that the people who benefit from the infrastructure actually participate in the payment of it. So what happens if people say no, they don't want to do it today, we start saving money. So they're the ones that are, providing the funds. You save until you can afford to pay cash, okay? And that means that people today won't enjoy that benefit for the next 10 to 12 years, okay? At least
Right.
10 to 12 years, at least. And so while we're saving those monies, there is no infrastructure. And then the people who come along later, 12 to 15 years, will then get that benefit and we'll never pay for it because we'll have paid for it with the people who are paying taxes today.
And when you say that there's also some risk that during that interim time, on the one hand, costs for capital projects will increase, and on the other hand, you have some opportunities like the North Creek Forest that may not be there, that might be purchased or might be developed, that is sort of a one-time opportunity that would be gone.
Yes, opportunity goes away, and you can look at a capital project. You're going to be seeing a minimum of 5% per year increase in the cost of the facility, because usually with construction projects, you're looking at about 50-50 materials and then labor. And so if you look at personal income in Washington State, in this area, Pacific Northwest, you're looking at close to 5% per year.
Okay.
Just for increase in personal income. And then on top of that, materials. Well, the economy is you're seeing cranes everywhere, not just in Bothell. So that means that there's, less materials to go around. So obviously the cost is going to increase on those materials. So yeah, over the next 10 to 12 years, costs are going to increase drastically.
And would you say that at this time, because this is going to be a bond, is that correct? That we would finance this through that, or no, or is this simply a?
Yes, it would be a voted bond, correct.
And so, would you say that right now, where are interest rates, historically speaking, in terms of financing, in the value that we get for interest rates?
Right. Well, I've never seen them this low in my lifetime. I'm not going to say how old I am. But
I won't ask.
I mean,
Mr. Mayor, that's all I have. That's
Yeah.
all my questions.
Anybody else questions? Everybody's waiting everybody out. Councilmember Sandberg.
Does this bond provide for the full completion of the Multi-Way Boulevard?
Yes.
And what happens when developers build on parcels that are located on the Multi-Way Boulevard and are required to make their right-of-way improvements? Is that money credited in effect to the bond payment?
We've already factored in the additional development payments
And
subtracted
so
that from the bond.
Okay, so the amount for the bond includes how much? So how much did you subtract in the developer payments for those right-of-way improvements that they're going to be responsible for?
As I look on the spreadsheet here, and the Public Works Director can correct me, it's the $1.2 million figure on page 4.
So when it says current secured funding, that means that's going to be the developer's cost in doing their right-of-way improvements, and that's just property line to the street?
That's just the access lane.
So it's
a
the
portion
sidewalk?
of the access lane and sidewalk expenses
So
for the access lane. We've never anticipated the development community to pay for center of street like you would a residential street, which simply has 2 lanes. They're simply paying for all the street furniture, the wide sidewalks, and I believe a section of the access lane.
So is it half the access lane? Is it the access lane and the
Well,
drainage, the landscaping?
Not the drainage, but I'll let the Public Works Director answer it more succinctly.
It would be the sidewalk and the entire access lane. The city takes over the costs at the rain garden median, since that is intended to also handle stormwater treatment for the roadway itself.
And so 1.2 million is the entire width of the sidewalk and the access lane from 522 all the way north to, I guess that would be Cafe Ladro?
Well, it's simply on one side of the street on the,
So the east side?
east side with 1 block. On the other side, that's between 522 and the extension of Main Street. Or 180, through 183rd, I'm sorry.
I'm sorry, say that again?
Well, the portion that's not completed today, which is what this would fund,
Is the entire east side of the multi-way boulevard. I'm talking about the part that's not built of the multi-way boulevard today.
Right.
Is the everything east of the access lane and rain garden, all the way over to the other side of the multi-way boulevard. Right?
I'll ask, Steve Markowick can provide a response.
The way the cost estimate was designed, so the parcels that the city is going to surplus, we accounted for frontage improvements by those parcels. In other words, as an example, in the first block between New 522 and Main Street, there's a couple parcels there that the city is going to surplus. So part of the requirement will be for them to build the frontage in front of there. We did not account for somebody, say, in front of the Hand and Foot Clinic, which is currently there and not redeveloping at this point. So that's just a timing issue. Like any other road, if we go first, we would build that road. If they happen to develop before us, then we would require them to participate with us or build that frontage. But if they luck out and they just hang on to their property and come later, then timing-wise, we would build that frontage.
And so there would be no latecomer fee in that situation should, for example, the Hand and Clinic redevelop.
So that one, Eddie, is there a latecomer set up for that? So it would be an impact fee, not necessarily a frontage latecomer fee.
And so that current secured funding, $1.23 million, that provides for the sidewalk and access road improvements then from 522 to 185th?
I believe
those should just be for lots E, F, and G and lot D. So the access improvements on both sides of those blocks, which we own, those are the commitments when we sell, we would obtain through a development agreement. So
And what about,
sorry.
Then what about this, the same need for those right-of-way improvements for the City Hall block?
Well, it depends on when that private development takes place.
Okay.
Could be via an impact fee if it took place after the construction of the boulevard.
And so what happens if we get grant funding? How does that go as a credit against the bond? I mean, can you say you get a $5 million grant for something? Do you get to apply that $5 million to early repayment of the $42 million bond?
The bond payment would still be the same for the citizen. You can certainly take that additional grant funds and provide more amenities to parks and public spaces.
Okay. And then does this bond provide for the complete development of the park at Bothell Landing?
It does not. This is just the expanded park at Bothell Landing improvements, as well as replacement of the existing bridge.
And So we're talking about a $47-ish million city hall. And when I looked on the DA Davidson report, it said, I don't know, I think we owed our direct net debt outstanding from this DA Davidson report in November 2013 says we have $42.8 million direct net outstanding. And then if we want to issue bonds for $42 million for this capital bond levy, how does the sum of all those affect our bond rating?
Well, this is voted debt, and so it's being backed by the voters rather than LTGO debt, which is backed by the city's existing revenue sources.
So
we have a higher capacity given the fact that you have voted debt and non-voted debt. And we have, of course, our finance director and our bond counsel that could provide explanation on that as well.
Yeah, just in terms of what you're doing with your non-voted debt, so-called limited tax general obligation debt, that's payable from just regular property taxes. But here, because the voters would be voting, if they approve it, both the increased taxes and increased debt capacity, those increased taxes take care of this debt. So it has no, well, I'm not supposed to make conclusions on market impacts, but it, it's apples and oranges. I mean, my observation in other instances is that it just doesn't have an adverse effect on your kind of debt capacity. If anything, it means that the community is very strong and the people have a positive attitude toward improvements in the community. It's probably a plus. I think finance director can probably address that better.
When the credit raters actually come out and look at our debt, they also look at overlapping debt. So they're looking at school district debt, they're looking at county debt, all of the debt, because that's what taxpayers actually pay. When this gentleman was talking about his tax increases, a lot of that has to do with initiatives that are outside, definitely outside the city of Bothell. We have not went to taxpayers since the 1990s and asked for funds to build projects that they want to see or add facilities that they want to see, which is exactly what Tim Eyman had in mind when he brought forth I-747. It's to go to the taxpayers and ask them, and that's what we're asking. Do you want to see this project finished over a short period of time, or would you rather go ahead and save up the money and pay for it with cash on hand? So that's where we can go out and ask the taxpayers, what do you want and how would you like to pay for it? As far as our debt capacity, this city has $103 million in debt capacity at the moment. We have outstanding, I believe, approximately $40 million. And that is, it is looked at in segments of, you can have 1.5% that is councilmatic, non-voted, and then the rest is voted. You go to the taxpayers and you ask them how much debt they're willing to take on. But when you look at our individual taxpayers, you have to look at overlapping debt. The school district, the counties, everybody, because that's how our residents are impacted. Just by Bothell.
I might add that technically there is an additional 2.5% debt capacity available for parks and open space. And so this would come under that category and would actually have no effect on your legal debt capacity for non-park purposes.
Complete with your questions?
Mm-hmm.
You are? Okay, great. Who's next? Councilmember Evans.
Thank you. I share the concerns of the gentleman of paying more taxes. When you get on a fixed income, it's a little hard when the things are going up and whatever the case may be. But it was interesting. Some information was given to the council back in November 20th of 2012. It was from our then Deputy City Manager, Steve Anderson, and I think this was in response to Councilmember Ream's questions about our tax levy rate comparisons to other cities, where we were at. And just to read two quick sentences from this, it says, and this is in comparison to the two counties, being Snow County and King County, of the 58 cities in the two counties, Bothel's property tax levy rate is 39th from when comparing highest to lowest. So we're in the lower half of what our taxes are in the city compared to the other 58 cities that are in King and Snohomish County. And then it went on further to say, this was in reference to the Nuba annexation, the city enjoys one of the lowest property tax rates in Washington State. Among the 281 cities in the state, more than 230 cities have higher tax rates than Bothell. So that was based on that information that we received at that time. So we've been very fortunate in this city. Really, our only voted debt at this point is the police station, which is about to be retired in the next year or two. So in this city, the city has not gone to the voters and asked for additional taxation other than the police station primarily. The school district is the chunk of our taxes. That's where we pay a lot of our taxes and things. So a question, as the city grows and as we build these roads and as more businesses come into the city and things, our assessed value goes up in the city. So this bond is what, a 20-year bond, or is it proposed a 20-year bond?
You know, I believe it is 20, yes.
Okay, usually somewhere.
Sorry, it's 25.
25, okay. So over that 25-year period, as the assessed value of the city grows, as the city grows, my assessment, the annual assessment taxes that I have to pay on this particular levy will decrease as the assessed value goes up. Is that a true statement? So if I'm paying $100 this year and the next couple of years, as the city grows, that will come down as the assessed value goes up. So these street improvements that we're talking about is going to generate businesses along that boulevard and more sales tax generated in the city and things. It is a lot of money. I appreciate that as far as what the property owners are saying, but I think that it's we're very fortunate to be in a city that does have low taxes right now, and this would be a tax increase, but it still is going to benefit us in the quality of life that we enjoy in the city today. Another comment that came to my mind is that the assessed value of the city, the majority of that, or a large part of that assessed value, is businesses and highly zoned properties. So it's my understanding in a bond issue like this, businesses will actually pay 50% of that bond issue, where homeowners would pay approximately 50%. Is that a general correct statement?
You know, I haven't looked at it since the annexation, which added more residential areas. So I would have to look at that before I could actually, I agree with what you're saying, but I can't give specifics because I haven't looked at it since we added $800 million of assessed value.
And on the pool issue, as you all know, I've been very supportive of that issue, and I currently chair the North Shore Parks and Recreation Service Area Board, which is a junior taxing district in this area that represents approximately the North Shore School District boundaries, the same type of boundaries. And when we did a study on a pool for this area back in the date of that study was probably, I'm trying to remember, time flies, 5-10 years ago. You know, we were looking at a $25 million, $30 million facility for a regional pool, that cost would be spread over if it were a voted issue that we went to the voters to pass in the NPRSA, that would be voted on by Woodinville, Kenmore, Bothell, and the unincorporated areas in the North Shore area. So that cost of that regional facility would be spread over that entire area, which I wish we could build it ourselves in the city, but I think the advantage is to build the regional pool would be to include that entire service area. I know that was one concern that was expressed by the park board, that why can't we have this, well, you know, we'd like to have a pool today, and I agree, but I think the financing mechanism down the road for that would be the NPRSA, a larger current taxing district that we have now. And just as a last little story here, and I think Hugh Spitzer was involved in this one. I worked for a city several years ago. We built a community center and a swimming pool and things. When we went to the voters, it failed the first time that we went out to the voters. And so we went back a second time and the issue passed. During that time, and this was in the late 70s, I'm dating myself a little bit here, but it was a long time ago. But during that time was high inflation. And we had $1.8 million was the cost of this community center and swimming pool at 33,000 square feet, 36,000 square feet, somewhere in there. By the time we went back a couple years later and passed the bond, we were able to build 18,000 square feet of that original facility, that 33,000 square foot facility, because of the increasing costs. So it is true, the longer we defer these things, the cost is going to get higher. So I understand the concern with taxes and things, but I think there's some benefit to this community through several different facets of this bond issue. I wish we could do more. It'll be interesting to see if the residents will support this issue, but the needs are there, and I believe it's a quality of life issue in our community that is important. Sorry, that wasn't very many questions, but anyway, it's my feelings on it. Thank you.
7 minutes, you're right on time. Thank you. Any other council members? Councilmember Rayam.
Thank you. So this is a question for the city manager. Do we have, or what is the contingency plan if the levy fails?
Those are topics that council and staff will need to have further discussion about. But absent another funding mechanism, we'll likely spend the next decade trying to assemble sufficient funds in order to complete these investments.
And then there's a section in the packet about voter outreach and communication, and so I was just curious because it doesn't really say anything about what we did to communicate this with the public, and so it just kind of talks about how we haven't done this before, and so I haven't been involved in. There was a committee formed about a pro committee, and I know that exists, but I really don't know of anything else that we've done to really communicate this package of projects to the public. And so is there additional stuff that we've done?
Well, we're not on a pro committee. I don't know if you want to comment on that. That's correct. Just as a clarification.
The council, of course, by law, will advertise and ask for interest to serve on those committees, pro and con, to write statements for and against, and you can appoint those members. But if council moves forward this evening, certainly we'll have, and we have planned to have some open houses to inform the public about the cost of the measure and the nature of the projects. But as the mayor had indicated, we can't advocate, but we can certainly provide information to the voters so they can make an informed decision.
Right. Yeah. Sorry, I didn't mean that we were a pro committee. I was asking about the public. So we'll have public open houses. It sounds like to communicate.
Yes,
this bond measure.
We'll provide information on our website, much the same information that you have in the packet. We'll have renderings on the website so people can visually see the types of improvements that are anticipated to be funded with the bond measures. We anticipate having 3 open houses. Again, just allowing opportunities for residents, citizens, others to drop in to learn more about what's happening. We'll have a city newsletter in which we'll be able to publish information about the ballot measure. And similar to what we've done in past elections, although they've been limited to annexations, we'll publish a informational brochure during the last half of October or sometime before ballots will go out that will inform residents about the measure as well. Outside of that's really our limit in terms of what an organization can do with city resources. What citizen groups do for or against is not connected with the city of Bothell.
Okay. So do we see an increase? Are we going to increase our operating budget to maintain all of these assets if we build them? So we currently have a certain level of service for our right-of-ways, and I'm not enthusiastic about it. And so these are very intricate right-of-ways that have a lot of green spaces and high-maintenance areas. And I'm just curious, is there any? Do we have an operating budget that we're going to pump up to facilitate the maintenance of these new facilities?
We will need to do that, and of course, the reason why these facilities are planned in the downtown is because they are anticipated to have a revenue-producing impact and effect as businesses develop and as they grow. That'll provide more property tax, utility tax, and sales tax revenue for the city, of which to then utilize for maintenance of not only those facilities but other facilities across the city.
Okay. And this is kind of a follow-on to Councilmember Sandberg's questions, but so just so I'm clear, so on the east side of the road, does this amount of money, will that pay for the sidewalks and the access lane? Is that part of the project that would be funded by this bond measure?
Just on what we call Block E, F, and G, and then Block D, so both east and west side of SR 522. You're asking about the developer contributions?
No. So with this bond measure, say this thing passes.
This pays for everything with the exception of what you see constructed today,
okay,
minus the developer contributions that will be made by the developer of Lot D, which is the large lot on the corner of SR 522 and Bothell Way.
Okay.
And then the opposite corner.
So the east side of the road,
East and west.
It'll have the access lane
Yes.
mostly and the sidewalk built. Like they brought up one business that's there. We're going to go in and build that with this project, right? We're not going to have pieces of it missing. It would be the full boulevard.
That's correct. The full boulevard will be done with this funding.
Okay. How am I doing for time?
Point of order, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you.
We're approaching 9 o'clock, and so I'd move that we extend the meeting until 10 o'clock.
Thank you. Was that you, Councilmember Sandberg? Okay. We have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Seeing none, if everybody could place their vote. Clerk can display it. Passes unanimously. Thank you. Back to you, Councilmember Ram.
So I just had one more question. So
you got 2 more minutes.
Who wrote the ballot statement?
Bond council. Oh, ballot statement?
The ballot statement that we have in our packet here. It says that what's going to be actually in the bond.
That'll be that's our bond council. Right.
Okay. I found a typo, but we can do that some other time.
You did.
I'm out.
It might have been in the transference. You never know who's really responsible. Anybody else?
The county will fix it. Counties.
I do have a question for the finance director. I am concerned with Mr. Graff brought up a comment, and I may have misheard it. Are people's taxes going up by 10% this year?
Actually, I'm hoping to talk to him before he leaves. If they are, that would mean that our taxes would double every decade, which is, I can't see where you can only, we have legislative restrictions as to how much a person can be taxed, their property can be taxed.
Correct?
And so I'm finding that there's got to be something amiss there.
Yeah.
And again, as with Councilmember Evans, what he was saying is right now AV is increasing very rapidly. So it should actually be going down the tax rate and being spread out amongst more, higher AV. So
just wondering if people are getting perception that it's going up by 10% or, you hear those comments, that causes great concern, right?
Yeah, again, going back to the overlapping debt, I would have to see what location the person lived in and actually see their tax statement, because it certainly isn't coming from Bothell. I know that. If it's increasing, it's not coming from us, but I can't speak to other people, so I'd actually want to see it before I say check your school district and what's been voted there. But if it went up 10%, that would be, I would love to take a look at that.
Yeah. Makes me want to go look at my tax bill. I don't. Great. Anybody other comments, questions? Seeing none, is there a motion on the floor?
I'd move the recommended action, Mr. Mayor.
So we have a motion by Councilmember Lamb, a second by Councilmember Agnew. Is there any discussion on the motion that's on the floor? Okay. Oh, all right. Councilmember Sandberg.
Well, I'd like to start with a little bit of history, my personal history with this ordinance, because if you're a member of the public, you might feel, oh, this has been discussed a lot before, and maybe I'm coming in at the wrong time with my comments and my concerns. And I would like to tell you that, no, you haven't come in at the wrong time at all. We first saw this bond proposal at our council retreat in January of this year. And at that point, the original proposal was to include just the Multiway Boulevard, the 2 Main Street projects, and the park at Bothell Landing. And I took one look at that council retreat proposal and said, there's no way that this is going to pass in this city. It's not going to pass in Snohomish County because the list was too downtown-centric and mostly roads. And so in response to that concern, what we see now is a bigger bond measure with more things added to it, and one Snohomish County park and a few more parks. And I have real concerns about the ability of the bond measure before us passing. So council saw this at council retreat in January. We touched on it again at the March 11th study session. And at the March 11th study session, I asked staff what kind of community outreach would the city be doing to gauge public support for this measure. And Councilmember Rayum asked that question. There's a section in the agenda bill that talks about community outreach. And if you're a member of the general public, there has been 0 community outreach. Now, we don't have, as a city, we don't have to take a position advocating for this bond measure. But we can certainly do, for example, what Kirkland did, which did extensive community outreach to find out what our citizens and what our business owners can support, so that we don't have a citizen coming to us at this meeting and saying, you know what I would like on this list is a community center, because I participated in the PROSAP process, and a community center was the #1 thing identified among the community members. And if you'll notice, there is no community center on this project list. So the community outreach that has happened to date, I will repeat, has been 0 for those members of the general public. What has happened is that a select group of citizens was invited to participate in a private meeting, and this is a meeting that council was not notified of. I didn't know that it was occurring. You'd think that members of this council would know that such a thing was happening, but so that is your citizen advisory committee. It is not general public outreach. And so the concern that I have is that if we vote on this ordinance tonight, this project list is fixed. You can go out and do all the voter education that you want, and if voters take a look at this and go, well, that's not the list we want, you can't change it, because this resolution is fixed for the projects that are listed tonight. You can change details on the project list, but you can't change the project list. So I'd also like to say that I feel that the language of the resolution is misleading. So when I, for example, as an analogy, when I read the ingredient list on a food box, the ingredient that's listed first is the one that is present in the greatest quantity in that food product. And when you look at this resolution measure, it says the resolution states that, quote, this proposition would authorize the city to acquire and develop new parks. So the average voter will read this resolution and go, wow, I'm going to get new parks. Well, what it should be clearly pointed out is that this is really a new roads and parks measure. And specifically, 67%, or 28 million, is for new roads. So 2/3 of this measure is for new roads, and only 33%, or 13.8 million, is for parks. So citizens should know that the portion for, and they should also know that the portion that they're supporting for the park at Bothell Landing will not provide for the full build out of the park. Now, I want amenities, I want these amenities as much as anybody else, but I think it is important to put forth a bond measure that will actually have a chance of passing. So you can just look at the results of Proposition 1, which was a single issue levy for an annual $60 car tab, and that failed overwhelmingly. This impact for this bond levy will double the cost of what that Proposition 1 levy would have cost an individual. And this is a levy over 25 years. And I think it's ironic that the amount requested is $42 million, which was the original cost of the City Hall. That original cost was, guiding principles back in 2011 that the cost of the City Hall would be $42 million. So citizens have asked this council, what projects are we foregoing because we're building the City Hall? Well, the answer is, it's the list of projects for this bond request, because all of these projects could be built with the same REIT revenues that will be needed to pay off City Hall. Now, I appreciate the need to rebuild and enhance the existing Main Street. Those poor business owners have endured a lot. They've lost a lot of business because all the construction that has gone on down in the area. And I understand that the original intent of the downtown master plan was to revitalize Main Street, and that those business owners have waited patiently to have their Main Street enhancement project prioritized in the capital facility plan. So they've waited patiently while all these other shiny new projects have been built. But what I want to say to the Main Street business owners is that this bond measure, is a false promise to you, because it won't pass. And I've had a Main Street business owner tell me today that they don't like the idea that it combines roads and parks, because she feels that the city understands that the roads are really important and that citizens will understand the need to finish roads. And if you mix in parks, people are going to vote it down because of the parks measure. And then you can make the same statement for people who want the parks but are going to vote it down because of the roads measure, the roads portion of it. But it's a false promise to you, because when it doesn't pass, the city will be able to say, you know what, we tried, and we really don't have another contingency. But what I ask you is, have we really tried? Have we really tried by promoting a mixed bond measure that hasn't even been vetted with voters ahead of time? And what is the plan if this bond measure doesn't pass? Well, I can't just sit here and complain about what's ahead of us. I want to talk about what I think we should do moving forward. Number one, I think we should seek input from the general public with a real outreach process before approving an ordinance whose project list will be locked in once it's voted on by council. We need to take the time to really understand what the public can support. A November 2014 ballot deadline is not a real deadline, only an artificially imposed one. A vote tonight is not a real deadline. We have until July 15th. That is our deadline to approve an ordinance to make it onto the November ballot, if we really even wanted to get on the November ballot. So we have plenty of time between now and July to do a genuine outreach effort to the public. Number two, ask the voters to approve single-issue bonds. Separate the public spaces part from the parks request. If the public spaces component is truly compelling and attractive to voters, it will pass as its own measure if voters see its value. The same is true for parks. If they fail as a combined measure, we will have no idea why the bond measure failed. Was it because of the parks? Was it because of the roads? Was it because of a combination of both? And then we have an entirely failed effort with nothing to show for it. There are multiple options that should be vetted with a robust public outreach effort before the adoption of this resolution. Here's one option. You could have a parks bond that has $5 million for the park at Bothell Landing improvements and $5 million for a new Snohomish County park. This simple split recognizes the long-standing deficit of parks in the north end of our city while providing funds to make substantial progress on the master plan for the park at Bothell Landing. Plus, we don't have to go through the rebranding of our roads into parkways, a change in description that is only intended to preempt legal challenge in the rare chance that this bond passes. For the roads, there are lots of options. And when we were at the council retreat, the staff gave us 4 options on how to move forward with this, which includes a range of some build-out of the multi-way boulevard, up to Main Street, to the full multi-way boulevard build-out. And so there are options, not just what's presented here today. And I think that I would like to enter into the record the council options for the 4 alternatives of the multi-way boulevard, so that if council decides to hold off on this resolution tonight, they can show that as an option to the public. Number 3, better yet, don't ask for public spaces money and recognize that the money needed for Main Street enhancement is in the 4th floor in the parking garage of the new City Hall. In November 2013, a citizen stood before this council and asked it to prioritize the Main Street enhancement in its proceedings on City Hall. The response so far has been to continue on with the 4th floor, even in its reduced state, a 4th floor that we don't need, and I can detail the space analysis on that at some other time, but we don't need that 4th floor. We don't need to finish it, but the response has been to build a portion of that 4th floor, finish it, and then go ahead and ask the citizens for more money. Well, how is that prioritizing anything? Saving on the cost of City Hall and dedicating those funds to Main Street enhancement is a real promise, not a false one. Number 4, we need to recognize that we have a looming and real $70 million plus deferred state street maintenance problem that is only going to get worse. Why should we ask taxpayers to pay for new road projects when we don't maintain the roads we currently have? If we are going to ask voters for money, it should be for a street M&O levy, because that is a real need with significant long-term projects. Significant long-term budget impacts. And I just want to conclude with saying, how deep do we think taxpayer pockets are? It doesn't matter to an individual whether their taxes are going up because it's an increase in rate or an increase in assessment. That is money that is going up, that is coming out of their pockets, and that's what's real to them. We want to build a $50 million City Hall, ask the voters to approve $42 million more to build more projects, and ignore a $70 million liability because we don't maintain our roads. And this is on top of the $42 million we already owe, according to the D.A. Davidson report. So those are the reasons why I am not supporting the measure before us.
Councilmember Lamb.
Thanks very much. I want to thank our bond counsel, and I want to thank our staff for the presentation that we heard tonight, and I want to thank those citizens who have thoughtfully provided their input on this package to our city. Those, I think, their contribution is real, their contribution is valid, and their contribution is meaningful. The package that we have in front of us that we will ask the voters to support is one that the voters themselves and the people of the city of Bothell created with their vision for downtown. This is a process that goes back almost 15 years now to the original advisory group, Citizens Advisory Committee that Mayor Freed sat on. The vision was to have a pedestrian-friendly, green, thriving downtown. There was a candidate for city council who is now sitting on the city council, who just spoke, who said that we had essentially like the bill was come due for all of this fancy vision, and it was time to really step up to the plate. It was time to take accountability for that and to be a fiscal conservative. The reality is there's nothing more conservative than asking people to pay for what their vision is. the vision that we have for downtown, and this package would complete our vision for downtown, that is a fiscally conservative and that's a fiscally responsible approach. I thought it was telling that our finance director cited Tim Eyman, and she said the entire idea of the 1% lid on property taxes, and I don't think anybody on this dais would suggest that Tim Eyman is a liberal or is in favor of taxes, is the idea that voters should have an interface, that voters should have an opportunity to weigh in. And the vision, nobody has come up here and said the vision for our park at Bothell Landing, the vision for our boulevard, the vision for restoring our Main Street, or the vision for preserving the North Creek Forest didn't come from the people. It's something that the people were intimately involved with. What this ballot measure will do is provide, through the democratic process, the opportunity for the citizens of Bothell to say, we would like to pay for this, or in the alternative to say, we don't want to pay for this. That's okay too. What we're doing as a body here tonight is making a decision to give the voters of Bothell the opportunity to complete the vision for downtown and to preserve the North Creek Forest forever, to provide new and much needed parklands in the north part of our city. As Councilmember Agnew said, this is an incredibly exciting opportunity. This is an incredibly exciting vision. And there's something really meaningful and really sacred about the opportunity to interface with voters, to talk with them about that, to go out and to say that. One thing I've heard again and again from voters in the city is, we want the downtown finished. We've been under construction for a long time. We want to have the opportunity to see this vision realized. This will give us that opportunity. This will give voters that choice. People have said that for a long time. This will give them an opportunity to participate in that. One great thing in our city, and something I'm very proud of, earlier tonight, Mayor Freed did me the honor of recognizing the time that I served as mayor. For the overwhelming majority of the time that I was mayor, we did not raise property taxes at all. We didn't even take advantage of the 1% that Mr. Eyman's initiative gave us the opportunity to do. We heard the testimony of people like the gentleman who spoke tonight about what that meant. We were going through the worst recession since the Great Depression. And so this council very responsibly said, we're not going to raise taxes. We're not going to raise your property tax even by that 1%. That, in effect, has significantly reduced the city portion of tax dollars. As we discussed earlier tonight, the percentage that we are currently paying for our city police station, which was a voted bond measure, one I might add that took some doing to get done, is coming off in 2017. As a community, just like in a family or just like in a business, you invest in your business, you invest in your family, or you don't grow, or you wither and you die. That isn't what we are as a community. That's not the best spirit of Bothell. That isn't the frontier spirit of Bothell, to constantly say no to everything, to constantly say, I don't trust the voters won't do this. I have enormous faith in the voters of Bothell. I have enormous faith in their ability to look at the vision that they developed and to say that they want to step up and fund that. And I'm excited and enthusiastic to vote for this proposal tonight.
Great. Thank you, Councilmember. Anyone else? Councilmember Ram.
So there isn't one of these projects. Well, there is one project that I'm not overly excited about, but in general, this table, it has a lot of really good things. And it's a really good list of projects. I share the sentiment that Councilmember Sandberg has expressed about the public engagement process that we've gotten to this list to say, okay, this is it. Let's go out to the public and check this, or let them vote on it. If you look at it from a Snohomish County versus King County lens, only 11% of this money will go to Snohomish County. And I would imagine the assessed value of the Snohomish County portion of the city is a bit more than 11%. So they're going to pay. And somebody brought up Proposition 1, and I think that's a really good example of how the votes went down in Proposition 1, where the people that got 60% of the services, well, they overwhelmingly voted for it, of course, but the rest of the county voted it down, and not in a little way, but in a big way, and because they felt like they didn't get anything for their money. And so I just see that in this package that we have in front of us that we're asking the public to vote on. And then I want to keep it on the radar too that the city hall will be under construction when this is going to be asked of the voters, and they're going to know that, oh, that's a city hall they're building. Oh, and oh, wait a second, now they're asking us for money. So the timing, to me, is a bit concerning because I think people are going to have a really hard time thinking that, oh, well, they got enough money to build that, and they don't care if it's a 6320 plan or anything else. They just see that, oh, the city's spending $50-some million on that, and then we're going to ask them for an additional amount of, $40-some million. Another issue too is just the overall burden to a taxpayer. And I'm a taxpayer. I live in Bothell. I plan to live here a long time. I have little kids. They're just starting in the system, and I know from these council retreats we get a state of the roads report every year, and it's just gut wrenching. And I want to read it to you because I think it's an important thing that people understand. Is that the title of this paragraph is the impacts of the projected funding level. So if we just continue with our existing funding level, which we basically have said we're going to do, there's been and this is from 2012, by the way. We said we're going to try to get grants more often, but for the most part, we're continuing with the same path as this was written. So it said if we continue on the same funding level, we're going to reduce our overall quality of our roads from 72 to 60, and don't worry about the point system. It goes all the way up to 100, down to 0. But the amount of deferred maintenance will increase by 250%. 250% in 6 years. So it's going to be $55.4 million. And this was 2012 numbers, and I don't have the current one. So within 6 years, so we're going to have the city hall. And then we do this levy, and let's say people vote for it. The city does not have $55.4 million, and it's not going to be there in 6 years unless we go back out to the public and say, okay, yeah, that 42 million hurt pretty bad, but this is 55 million or even more. It's probably expected to be somewhere in the tune. I think Councilmember Sandberg said 70 million. So take this number and double it. That's how much your taxes will go up just for the roads within the next 6 years. You'll still be paying this for another 20 or 19 more years. So to me, I don't disagree at all with what Councilmember Lamb said. It's really important to go to the public and ask them. And we'll actually legally have to go out to the public and ask them now. And it's important, and I think it's a really good step that actually Tim Eyman put in place, which is odd for me to say. But you're on record. I know. Sorry, Tim. But at the end of the day, I just look at this and I just feel like, well, what is the priority? What is it that we're trying to provide for the public? I mean, we have diminished our road maintenance. There's the paint's gone on the roads. There's just ample amount of maintenance that it needs to be basically plumped back up. I mean, we've taken from all these general fund budgets so we can keep the police and fire up, we've even cut their budgets. So and then we're just going to build more projects with no intention to actually boost up the maintenance level that we have now. We have to now deal with those projects. So I just I have a lot of angst about this, and these guys have heard me complain about it plenty of times, that I just feel like we just have not prioritized correctly our spending, and I think it's time. Bothell's in that point now where we need to start investing more into our city, but I don't agree with it being this bond that we should just roll out there to the public to be the thing that they should bite first. So I will not be supporting the motion.
Okay, thank you. Other council members wish to speak on the motion at this point? Councilmember Evans.
Well, I was at the retreat in January also, and my recollection of that discussion is somewhat different than what's been presented. We did discuss many issues and how we approach a bond issue and what are the priorities and that type of thing. I think we were told that we can't actually go out to the public and say, how much will you fund this project or that project or something. I remember the city manager or city attorney's nodding his head. We can't ask that, which seems really crazy to me that we can't ask that, but that's what the law is. So as elected officials, we are here to look at the priorities of the city, the needs of the city, and those types of things. And I think I hear a lot of negative here, and I just, there are so many positives in this city. We are moving forward with a downtown development. There are many, many communities that are very envious of what we're accomplishing in this city. And the reason we're accomplishing it is because of not necessarily anything I've done, but before I even came on the council, people had the foresight and the vision to set aside funding to help develop this vision that was established back in before 2008. So I think we're so fortunate what we've been able to accomplish because of the previous councils and vision that this city had. And so now we're at a crossroads here. We've done a lot. There's a lot that still needs to be done. I guess I would like to, there's road maintenance, there's city halls that need to be built, there's recreation centers and swimming pools, and I mean, the list can go on, and obviously we can't do it all, and we do look at it budget-wise, and we are very careful how we budget. This city is in, we made it through the downturn very well. We didn't have to cut our level of service. We were very fortunate compared to a lot of cities, and that's because of the good management we have in the city and the foresight that we have. I would like to look at the glass half full instead of half empty. I mean, there's so many positive things happening here, and that can happen with this. It isn't the panacea. It isn't the answer to everything that we need in this community. I would love to put a pool on the ballot with this. But as a council, we realize what those needs are, and we've tried to prioritize those at the retreat that we had. We fine-tuned it over the time period, realizing how much can we accomplish. And I guess I'd like to look at this in a more positive light. And I can tell you that it's going to be difficult to pass this bond issue. A supermajority, 60%, is a real challenge. And that is the one thing that I think I agree with that end of the table a little bit, is that this is an uphill battle to pass this bond issue. There's no doubt about it. Simple majority of 51% is a lot easier than a supermajority. And so I guess if we're not on board with this as a team and working together, that's going to make our chances even harder. I wish we could be more positive about this and realize there's a lot of needs, and we're working to fulfill those needs, and we'll continue to do that. But I'd just like to approach it in a positive light more. And I think the majority of residents in this city are very happy to be in this city and love living here because of the things that we've done and the things that we're doing. I just don't see that people are unhappy necessarily with this city and what's going on. And we're certainly not hiding anything. The roads are out there. You can see what the roads are doing. We've got good roads in this city. Could they be better? Yes, they could. Could our police and fire protection be better? Yes, it could. But what is it? It's pretty good today in most cases. So I'm trying to look at this in a positive light. I think there's a real benefit to our community and the quality of life here. That's why I'm here. And I will be supporting this resolution ordinance, and I hope we can move forward with this. It's going to be a challenge, there's no doubt about it, but I certainly am going to work hard to support it and provide the information to the public that I can.
Great. Thank you, Councilmember Evans. Deputy Mayor Spivey.
Thank you, Mayor. Councilmember Evans is right. At our retreat, one of the reasons why we couldn't do the community outreach that others have asked for is because we couldn't do that type of outreach by law. And the city manager not the city manager, the city attorney will tell you that we can't go out and poll to see what's going to pass. We just can't do that. The community outreach that I've always understood that would be happening through this would be once we made the decision to move forward to create those opportunities for those public meetings and all for the community to participate in that. That's how I've always understood it, with the caveat that we couldn't go out and poll the community as to what will or wouldn't pass. we're doing exactly what we should be doing. We're letting the voters decide yes or no. And anybody that would hold up letting the voters decide yes or no, I really have to question the motives. Most of us, I believe all of us at the dais got an email from a gentleman with a subject line of Bothell, Washington needs to establish more for a family-friendly city and attract tourism. Well, this is the first step in that. Everything we're doing is creating family-friendly, and it creates opportunity for business to come in and participate. And when we get more business, we're getting more residential, which means a higher increase in retail sales tax. I'll tell you what, people or communities the world over are envious of Bellevue because of the amount of retail sales tax that they generate. One person who owns property in Bellevue is starting a $1.2 billion project, and the amount of retail sales tax that project's going to bring in is just absolutely incredible. We would love that project here. But if we don't grow, we're not going to get that additional retail sales tax. We're not going to get the additional growth in REIT. We're not going to get the additional property taxes because the development that occurs on those properties. And without those, we won't be able to do the things like paint the roads or have increases in our parks or anything else if we don't make the investment. We're investing in our future. And just like what Councilmember Evans said, I'm looking at this is half full. This isn't a negative. This is a positive. And there's a group of citizens that 10 or 15 years ago that were forward thinking and said, this is what we need to do to be a vibrant community, and we need to move forward on it. Because if we don't, a community that stays the same is dying because everybody else is going to pass you up. And this is our opportunity to move forward with the vision that those people before us had, to make an investment in our future and do the right thing to create the additional revenue that we need to do the things that we want. We're either going to have to raise taxes to create that revenue, a whole lot more than this bond issue would be, or we make this investment and let the growth of our community fund the things that we need to fund. That's what we need to do. I'm in full support of this, and for the reasons that I've stated, and that we have to make this investment to grow and take advantage of all those retail sales taxes of the different types and the uptick in property values, so that we're not increasing our taxes, and that it's an opportunity for the people to decide what they want and not for us to decide for them.
Great, thank you. Councilmember Agnew, any comments?
I said before that I was excited about this movement that we have going forward. I still am. I'm going to be a guy that glass is half full. I think it's right to go to the citizens. I've heard just as many complaints about when is this going to get done? I'm tired of going through this. Well, here's an opportunity for those people to make a difference. And the citizens will decide. I agree with Councilmember Evans that it's going to be a hard road to hoe. It's going to be tough to get that 60%. But I think if we put an effort into it, that the effort we can put into it, I think it'll pass. I will be supporting this motion.
Great, thank you. So I'll be the last to speak on this unless we are going to open it up again. But we have spent an hour speaking on this. 25 minutes of that hour seem to be rewriting history, and it makes me want to go back to one of the votes that we took earlier today regarding our minutes and actually taking down minute by minute exactly what was said, because my recollection of the council retreat is 180 degrees different than what was reflected here. It was a very open process. Things that we discussed were forward moving for the majority of the council, and so I don't know, makes you rethink some of those things you take earlier votes on. There was no secret society movement in the city of secret meetings taking place behind doors. We are not a communist society of which can control when people meet or do not meet. People are free to meet when they wish, where they wish, as they wish within our society. So I encourage people from both sides of this issue to meet wherever they want, in coffee shops or in homes, or wherever they wish, when they would like to. So my whole point of moving forward, and I will be voting for this, is it's an investment in the city. Investments have a ripple effect. And Councilmember Rayam, I certainly appreciate you bringing up where that initial investment, the bulk of it is taking place, and I think that's important to note. There was a vision, as we all discussed this evening, of citizens that came together for a downtown vision for the boulevard, and we've seen that as the nucleus of our city. Main Street, Bothell, is the nucleus of our city. Those blocks of downtown led by citizens that have opened businesses there, and several. I got a letter tonight from Lee Henderson, who's right dead smack dab in the middle of Main Street, who is actually leading the citizens bridging to Bothell's future to help push this levy forward. I just encourage everybody, as this investment would be made in downtown, and that ripple effects take place for the very important things that Councilmember Ram brings up regarding roads and improvements and improvements to medians and landscaping and such, not just downtown but throughout the city. I think you have to make an initial investment downtown, and we'll see tax revenues increase, and then the ripple effect continue out in the city. So from the comments I hear tonight, there is certainly a majority of council that will be going forward. Councilmember Sandberg, I'd love to have you on board. I'm asking Councilmember Rayam to join us. If there's part of you that sees good in this levy going forward, I'd love to have you on board. Your vision and your insight is important to us as a body, and certainly would love to have you join us in letting the citizens of Bothell vote themselves on this levy. So I don't know that we need to open it up for another round of comments. Everybody's had that opportunity in regards this motion that's on the table. I think that we will just go to the vote now, seeing no heads nodding. The motion was made by Councilmember Lamb, seconded by Councilmember Agnew, and it was the recommended action to adopt the proposed ordinance submitting a parks and public space bond levy on the November 4th, 2014 election. Just before we move forward, what happens if we don't go to November 4th? Should we actually put on this motion or February? Councilmember Lamb, it's your motion.
The question is, I guess, is to the city attorney, is do we want to have an alternative date put in there as opposed to November 4th? Is that necessary?
Why
Is
would
this
you
is a date-specific motion?
I think this is a date-specific motion.
Okay. So we're okay with that.
Right.
Okay. So the motion stands as is. If everybody could place their vote. And if the clerk can display. Passes 5-2 with Councilmember Rayum and Sandberg in the negative. So thank you for the discussion this evening. We are at 9:33. Those in the audience, thank you for your patience. This makes you never want to run for council, I'm sure. So moving on, we are on Agenda Bill Item 1478 to consider award of a solid waste contract. We do have 20 minutes allocated toward this time, so we may find ourselves around 9:50 or so extending our meeting yet again, because we do have two other Agenda Bill items on the agenda
Mayor?
for this evening.
Mayor, I'd go ahead and make a motion to extend our meeting so that we can just move seamlessly through the balance of our agenda.
Do you have a time specific?
Sure, midnight.
Okay, we have a motion. Is there a second? Sandberg. Any discussion? Councilmember Rayum.
I am worthless after 10 p.m. So I do not support this motion. I would rather, is there a possibility that we can move a couple items to a later date? Because there's nothing on our calendar, basically, June 3rd. There's a couple things. Well, there's a couple big things, but there's room on it.
I'm not in favor of doing so. We've had people waiting here for 4 hours this evening for this, and not fair of them to push to another evening when they've dedicated already 4 hours. That's my perspective. Anybody else?
I would submit if someone feels worthless, they can take a leave from the dais at the time that they feel worthless.
Yeah. Any other comments? Councilmember Evans?
Well, in reality, we've discussed, again, most of these projects that are coming forward. This solid waste contract, I'm sure Sabrina's got a presentation to us, but I don't know if the majority of the council is ready to vote on this. I don't know how much more discussion we need, so I won't support the motion because midnight's too late for me. But I'd like to see us move forward and see if we can get this meeting done by 10 o'clock. The items on this are all items. Well, the comprehensive plan one we haven't discussed, but the other two of the three we're very familiar with.
Okay, so what I'm going to do, the maker of the motion can amend if he so desires or change it, but we do have 45 minutes. If everybody on council commits that they're going to respect their time and not take 50% of the allocated time for themselves, I think that we could potentially move forward. In 25 minutes? Sabrina.
Or there's a vote on, there's a motion on that.
The motion was to midnight, but is the motion still on the floor or is it being removed?
I'll withdraw.
Okay. Sabrina?
We're having some technical difficulties with the computer.
Perfect.
Let's go back to So I'm going to wing it with the presentation I have.
We do have we have paper copies on the dais here, so.
Okay. So basically, I'm Sabrina Combs, and I'm the Recycling and Public Services Projects Administrator, and I'm coming back to council in response to your request relating to the solid waste contract and approving that contract. I wanted to cover this evening and clarify some items that questions were asked last week and just go over those items with you. So the things that I was just going to go over were, for the background, Recology Cleanscapes is going to have a contract that would take effect on January 1st if approved by council. And this contract would cover the pre-annexation area of Bothell prior to the King County annexation. Waste management would cover the areas in the King County annexation area under the current contract that we have with them. So that's how those customers will be serviced going forward. So we will be moving to 2 contracts that we will have for solid waste collection. And those rate structures that those customers would have is under the current waste management rates. So the rates that they are seeing today, if you went to the waste management website for Bothell, those are the rates that the King County annexation customers would pay. What I was going to do this evening was just review, go over the rates again. And so for a 35-gallon cart for weekly service between Waste Management's current 2014 rates and the new rates, we're talking about a 56-cent price difference. When we're referring to a 64-gallon weekly cart, it's $1.11. For commercial, the 96-gallon cart for weekly service is $1.92. And then for a 2 cubic yard, 1 pickup per week, the difference is $5.72. And that slide was also in the presentation last week. Then the other thing I was just going to go over again was the weekly service and the comparison across other cities. As you see in the chart from last week, it's extremely, in the comparison to other cities, we have really good rate structure here that we're providing. And then we have no CPI adjustment until 2016. So you won't see an application of CPI in the Recology Cleanscapes contract for starting on 2015. That increase doesn't occur until 2016. But just a note that when the revenue does increase, it will also increase that when it increases, it will increase our administrative street preservation fee as well. And then the current cart colors, there were some questions last week about cart colors. And currently we have a mixed array of carts out there on the street, which can add to difficulties in educating the customers and helping with diversion, having green, light green, dark green, maroon. So what we were doing as part of this process is cleaning that up and creating a color-coordinated cart structure with newer carts. So those carts would be replaced. And the color structure that we're going with is green for yard debris, blue for recycle, and gray for garbage. And that's just a simplification. We've done some research on that and found that that's an easy method. Also, when some of the larger cities in the area are making publications and announcements about their services, it correlates with those. Additionally, we are going to be, the current cart sizes, there were some questions about what those cart sizes were and how that was changing. And so the new cart sizes that we'll have is there's a variety of cart sizes for weekly and monthly service. There are smaller cart options that are available. The recycle is at a 96-gallon size, and the yard debris is at a 96-gallon size as well. And then there's additional options for smaller recycle or yard debris carts. So that has been a question that we've had from customers over the years of having that option, and we will be providing that. So I believe that addresses the questions that were asked.
Perfect. Thanks, Sabrina. Does anybody on council have questions? Or, yeah, questions or comments? Yeah, Councilmember Ram.
I'm going to go really fast. Okay, so the waste management, are they going to be color coordinated so that all your materials will work in the waste management served areas and the recology areas?
I'm sorry, so which?
All the different cans. So you have two different service providers. Are they going to have the cans the same as the cans in the rest of the? So waste management serving one part of the. See, I'm useless after 10 o'clock. It's not even 10 yet. Do you understand what I'm saying?
I do. When we looked at the research in the area of what cart colors were there, this cart color matches that, so it helps with that. So yes, that meets that need.
And then 96 gallons is the same size we have for recycling and the yard waste now?
No, it's an increase in one of them. Currently, we have a recycle of 64 gallon and a yard debris of 96, so the yard debris is the same. But you can also go down in size, which was the concern from some customers.
Okay. Thanks.
Plus, you get that clean cart once a year.
Do you have carts that are squirrel proof? Mine have holes in them. Anybody else? Questions, comments? Councilmember Sandberg?
I'd like to move the recommended action if there aren't any further questions.
So we have a motion and a second. Any discussion?
I'd like to make an amending motion.
Okay.
I'd like to move to direct staff to negotiate with Cleanscapes for the 10% premium. Its CEO testified they were charging over Shoreline residential garbage, so that residential garbage rates would not be increased as they will be under this contract.
Second. Is there any discussion on the motion? You want to hear all that?
I'll speak to my motion, and I want to make it clear from the beginning that this is no reflection on staff, and this is no reflection on Cleanscapes. When we were first deliberating this motion, the mayor suggested, and I made the motion, to continue negotiations with Republic and with Cleanscapes. And Cleanscapes' CEO testified that their pricing was 10% higher than what they were charging in Shoreline, because he said, we wanted to be very conservative with the numbers that we presented to you, and that's why we're so confident of the numbers that we have. I don't fault Cleanscapes for that. I don't fault our staff for that. I fault the maker of the motion who cut off the competitive process at that time and said we will not have any further negotiation, we will not have any further debate or deliberation, and we will vote this night to award that contract. That cost the ratepayers in Bothell almost $4 million. Our rates are going up. Garbage rates, which nobody is talking about, are going to go up under this contract. Every single person in Bothell who has a garbage contract now will pay more January 1st. That's because of that motion. This motion would direct staff to go back and negotiate to try and get the deal that we could have gotten had we pursued it, had we had the foresight to pursue it at that time. I'll be voting for this motion.
That's your question?
Well, as the maker of that motion, I don't see how we are costing the ratepayers $4.6 million or whatever you quoted, because when you look at the base price of what Cleanscapes provided versus Republic, it was a difference of, for the total package, residential plus commercial, is $5.87 million over the 10-year contract. Republic would have been $5.87 million more. So regardless of what contract we were going to go with, our rates were going to increase a little bit. And you had the opportunity, the last time this came, I didn't vote. I voted that we enter into negotiations with Cleanscapes. I think the more appropriate time for your amending motion was the last time we touched this, not here at this final moment. But I don't really see how you can say that this is costing the ratepayers $4.5 million when the data that we have before us, presented by staff, shows that the annual cost of service from Cleanscapes to Republic, Cleanscapes was $586,000 cheaper per year than Republic. So I don't. If they have a 10% contingency that is less than Shoreline, that's all part of their package that they negotiated with us, and so I am supporting I will not be supporting the amending motion. I'll be supporting the underlying main motion.
Can I add a note there that no,
I would like to hear the note from Sabrina.
can I not?
Well, we're in council questions.
We're in council
Oh, no, we're in debate. Sorry, we are in deliberation. So I'll speak to this. I wanted to go back to two members and ask for negotiation with those two. And the purpose is because I actually heard from Cleanscapes, and I appreciate you're here, and we'll be most likely moving forward one way or the other with you tonight. When I hear from the applicant themselves that they're priced themselves 10% over where they really think they need to be, I like to go after that potential savings because I feel the responsibility, because ultimately the ratepayers in our city are going to be one paying it. We're given the responsibility to negotiate for them. So I'm seeing, from what I heard several weeks ago, was that there's potential up to 10% that we could go back for in renegotiation. So I'll be voting for the amendment. Anybody else? Comment? Deputy Mayor Spivey?
Thank you. I'm always out for a good deal. If we can negotiate that 10%, then that would be great. And there's been a lot of discussion about tax dollars and cost to citizens tonight. And if we can go back and renegotiate that 10% down, then I think we've done a good thing for our citizens. I think the discussions we had earlier, we're making an investment in our community. That's what we're asking our citizens to do, and I think it would be in our best interest to work for our citizens and to get that 10% if we can. So I'll be supporting it.
For Agnew?
I will not be supporting the amending motion. I think we had a fine test. I think I used that term. And Cleanscape came out first. They were ahead of Republic by about 27%. I don't think at this point in time we need to go back. I think any business will give themselves a little wiggle room. So be it. It's a small increase to our customers, but as Councilmember Sandberg said, there was going to be an increase anyway we went. We chose the least expensive increase. So I cannot support that amending motion.
Thank you, Councilmember. Anyone else? Councilmember Evans?
I guess I haven't run the numbers or looked at them as Councilmember Lamb has. So the $4 million number, whatever it was, I don't have that in front of me or to know what that is, and I understand we're in deliberations, but if the staff can clarify that, if there can shed some light on that, if the council as a whole is willing to permit that, I'd like to just get a clarification. I mean,
if you're asking for a point of information, I can respond because you're asking about a number that I provided, and I'm happy to provide you the sourcing of that number, and we can have that conversation. But we are in deliberations.
Oh, okay, and so you can give me the source of that number. I guess I just want to clarify, make sure that that's so confirm that your answer is right.
Point of order. If we're going to have this, I want the staff to be able to weigh in and vet this as well.
Point of order. That isn't a point of order.
Mm-hmm.
He's raised a question and he's asking me to clarify a statement that I made, and I'm happy to respond to that if you'd like.
Well, that's fine. I'd be if I can get a clarification of that will be helpful.
So, as the mayor indicated, the CEO of Cleanscapes testified that when queried about their rates, he said, "I'm very, very confident that we can give you these rates because we built in on top of our profit margin a 10% cushion over what we use to provide the exact same service in the city of Shoreline. If you take the totality of the contract, the bottom line of the contract over 7 years, and multiply it by 10%, you're going to be around, somewhere in the neighborhood of $3.5 to $4 million. The issue, and again, and I said this isn't a fault of Cleanscapes. This isn't a fault of our staff. what the mayor said was that we would have been able to refine the number down further had we continued the competition between haulers. Once you foreclose that, which is exactly what happened, that opportunity has gone away. So we won't really know. I mean, I said four numbers, which is $4 million, simply multiplying the value of the contract times the 10% that was cited. But because that opportunity was taken out of competition by the motion that the amending motion that was made, we won't know. So I don't know if there is an answer to that.
Well, and a key word you stated there was we may be able to lower that amount. I mean, we won't know that. You're saying even if we go back and compare those two contracts, there's no guarantee that ABC company would have been less than XYZ.
Well, to be clear, one of the bidders said we could lower our prices. We didn't have an opportunity. And I don't blame them for not leaping up. Cleanscapes didn't say we can lower our prices. They weren't given that opportunity. The mayor's concept, which I put into a motion, was to afford Cleanscapes the opportunity and afford another hauler the opportunity to compete and work with our staff to lower that cost. That opportunity was lost. That's my point.
Yeah, and I think I remember someone saying that they could potentially lower their numbers, but that I guess until you go through that exercise, but that still doesn't mean that they're going to be lower than Cleanscape.
And that's not what I said. I said that Cleanscape said their price was 10% higher than what they charge for the same service. That we know. Whether they would have been willing to reduce it by 10%, you're right. That's unknowable if you don't ask.
Do you have any more questions or comments? Not questions, but deliberation, Mr. Evans. No. Councilmember Rayam?
Yeah, I don't support the amending motion. There was I think it's being taken out of context what the 10% was being discussed about when that was brought up, and I really wish we could bring up the study session slide that showed the rates of people were paying in the nearby areas by different vendors, and this is one of the best rates that is in the area. So I don't support the underlying motion. I'm sorry, the amending motion.
Yeah, great. Everybody's had the chance to speak on this, so we'll go to vote. And the amending motion, if you could restate it, Councilmember Lamb.
The amending motion. Excuse me. The amending motion is to direct staff to negotiate with Cleanscapes for the 10% premium that its CEO testified the City of Bothell would be charged over Shoreline, so that residential garments rates would have the opportunity not to be increased on January 1st.
Perfect. Everybody could place their vote. Clerk can display. Passes 4-3. Councilmember Sandberg, Rayam, and Agnew are in the negative, and Mayor Freed, Councilmember Lamb, Councilmember Evans, and Deputy Mayor Spivey in the affirmative. So then the underlying motion still remains, and I'm going back to have, who spoke on this? Councilmember Lamb spoke. You still have the floor, and then we'll go to other members of the body.
So as I said in the last, in my initial making of this motion, I don't fault our staff, and I don't fault Cleanscapes for what they did. What I expect my motion would achieve is that our staff would have an opportunity to speak with Cleanscapes about the discrepancy or about the difference in rates that they charge in Shoreline and in Bothell, do negotiate in good faith, and bring us back the best deal that they can.
Okay, so that changes the underlying motion. Does anybody want to speak to the underlying motion? Councilmember Evans.
So if that's the case, if this is going to take some additional time of staff to go back and ask this particular question, not the preferred alternative right now. I was hoping we could get this contract done tonight. But if there is the potential of savings here, I'm willing to take the additional time to do that. I don't know what that does to the staff or the problem, but if there is a potential savings here, I'm willing to look. We're only talking to Cleanscape, is that correct?
That's correct. That's correct.
That's the only company we're saying, okay, you mentioned 10%. Can you in fact give us that? So I don't know what that does back to your negotiations. All you can do is go back and talk to them about that, and you can come back and let us know.
Would you like to hear from Cleanscapes? They are here this evening.
Not at this point. Thank you. Any other council members? All right, seeing no other comments, we do need to vote on the underlying motion, which now is, can you read it again, Councilmember Lamb?
The underlying motion is to direct staff to negotiate with Cleanscapes for the 10% premium. Its CEO testified Bothell is being charged over shoreline so that we can have an opportunity for residential garbage rates to not be increased on January 1st.
Perfect. Thank you. If everybody could place their vote.
January 1st, 2015.
And if the clerk can display. Passes with Councilmember Sandberg, Councilmember Freed, or Mayor Freed, Councilmember Lamb, Councilmember Evans, and Deputy Mayor Spivey in the affirmative, and Councilmember Rayum and Agnew in the negative. So we look forward to having a touchback with you again in regards to your negotiations with Cleanscapes.
Will
Thank
do.
you, Sabrina. I appreciate
Thank
it. Next item on the agenda this evening within the next 5 minutes, so I potentially would entertain an extension to 10:30.
So moved.
So we have a motion and a second. Motion by Councilmember Lamb, second by Councilmember Agnew to extend the meeting until 10:30 in discussion. No, seeing none. If everybody place their vote, the clerk can display. We have 6-1. Deputy Mayor Spivey wanted to go much later. All right, next item on the agenda is 1479. Consider award of a construction contract for Horse Creek 98th Avenue Northeast improvements. Ronnie, thank you for waiting.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, members of council. Again, I'm Ronnie Bennett, Senior Civil Engineer with the Public Works Department. I'm here tonight to ask you to authorize the city manager to enter into a construction contract for the construction of the Horse Creek 98th Avenue Improvements Project. I do have a short presentation for you. My small map here is just an overview of the Horse Creek project with the hybrid channel. We're planning to move the creek from which is the red line, its existing location in the pipe, to an open channel with a series of culverts and open streams that runs from northeast 188th Street, which is at the top of the screen, down to the bottom of the screen, which is the Sammamish River. On May 1st, staff opened 6 bids. The lowest responsive bid was from Interwest Construction, which is the contractor we currently have on the Phase 1 project. A note about our right-of-way status. We do have 3 parcels that are still in negotiations. Staff feels like that negotiations will be resolved in time to acquire the property rights to build the contract. Also, there's a funding issue. We were directed to report back to council. This slide was created after we opened the bids by our utility engineer, Don Feen. And really the highlight of this slide is the red text down, second bullet from the bottom, is that the impact to the stormwater utility has been reduced. It was back in September, that number was 15.6%, and now it's currently 12.9%. Finally, I would like to mention that we do have other funding sources, the water fund, the sewer fund, the Public Works Trust Fund, and also Dry Utilities will be contributing to this project. And we'll also be happy to answer any questions you may have.
Are you finished?
Yes.
I did not notice that.
I apologize.
I was daydreaming about the cost of this, which in itself would actually pay for the park at Bothell Landing and can remove part of that $45 million portion of the levy. So I look forward to the discussion this evening from people who are for this idea. Council questions or discussion? Councilmember Evans.
Quick question. You make reference here that private utilities will be paying for some of this cost, phone, power, phone, and cable. Ballpark, what percentage of the project are they paying for?
I apologize, Councilmember Evans. I don't have that number as a percentage. Basically, they'll be contributing to the undergrounding of the existing utilities that you see on the utility poles now.
But it's probably a small amount, I guess. They're contributing to the trench, the joint utility trench. They're going to contribute some to that trench.
Right. The power is a 60-40 split, and the other utilities pay a lot of the direct costs. As far as magnitude for the entire project, I think the undergrounding is in the neighborhood of $250,000, so they would pay for a lot of that.
That's what they're participating in.
Right.
Then. Okay, great. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Evans. Any other questions?
Move the recommended action.
So we have a motion by Deputy Mayor Spivey, a second by Councilmember Agnew. Is there any discussion on the underlying motion?
I'll speak to the motion. I'll be supporting this motion, and I would say that this is a project that is not voted on by the people of Bothell. This is not a project that came from the people of Bothell to Daylight Horse Creek, but it is a project that a number of people in our community, including some who sit on this dais, have championed. This is a project that we need to do as a city, and it has a price tag. I appreciate the work that staff has done to responsibly price this project, to work hard with different stakeholders to make sure that this moves forward. And I applaud you for your efforts to keep the cost, which is astronomical, as reasonable as possible. You guys have done a very good job, and the people that you serve, the people of Bothell, should be very grateful for your efforts. So thank you.
So Councilmember Lamb spoken. Anybody else? Oh, you already vote. I thought you were pushing your microphone. All right. Seeing no other comments, if everybody could place their vote. Clerk display passes unanimously. Next item on the agenda. Thank you, Ronnie. Have a wonderful evening. Agenda Bill Item 1480, which is consider approval of professional services agreement to update the transportation element of the Bothell Comprehensive Plan. Sherman.
Good evening, and thank you for continuing this meeting.
Yeah.
Appreciate that. City staff is working with the Planning Commission and Landmark Preservation Board to update the comprehensive plan. This is a required element in the transportation element, is a required portion of that comprehensive plan, and the whole comprehensive plan in itself must be completed by June of next year. The predominant portion of that transportation element will be updated in-house, and with the exception of the transportation modeling portion, which we do not have capacity to do. So staff went out and went through a selection process, and we selected Fair and Pierce to provide that service for us, to do that model, as well as to provide some input towards transit and pedestrian bike elements of the transportation plan. So with that, we're just, at this time, just asking council to approve a contract to retain the services of the consultant of Fair and Pierce to continue our work.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Gong. Anybody on council have questions? Councilmember Evans.
One question. The model, or we seem to talk about the model being on PM peak traffic. Is there, so we only do it in the afternoon? We don't look at the traffic in the afternoon. In the morning, it's not included in that? If I understand what PM peak hour traffic is, that's the basis of our traffic model that we'll be running.
Yeah, generally our PM peak is the worst case condition, and it is the general design hour for analysis for reviewing impacts. It's also our concurrency period that we look at when we're evaluating new development or anything else. It's a pretty typical standard practice to analyze the PM peak hour, which is the worst case out of the day.
Well, I can show you some AM traffic in the morning. That's pretty bad too. So, but okay.
Anybody else? Yeah, Councilmember Sandberg.
I've already asked my questions. I think you received them all in email today. Thank you, Chairman.
You're welcome.
I'd like to move the staff recommended action.
Nice. So we have a motion by Councilmember Williams, second by Councilmember Agnew for the recommended action. Is there any discussion, deliberation? Seeing none, everybody place their vote on the motion. Clerk can display. Great. I don't believe there was any council committee reports this evening. No executive session, so seeing no other items on the agenda. All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? We're adjourned.